Chapter 957. Through the array, Lin Xian saw an image. In the image, there were countless light spots floating. Some were the size of walnuts, while others were the size of fists. These light spots all emitted a silver-white light. They were all silver demon cores. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he almost bit his tongue off. Even though he was used to seeing big scenes, he was still shocked. Because in the image, there were thousands of silver-white light spots. This meant that there were thousands of silver demon cores. In the next moment, Lin Xian raised his head and stared at the stone platform under the golden demon beast's feet with a burning gaze. He didn't expect that the inconspicuous stone platform would contain so many silver demon cores. No wonder the stone platform wasn't destroyed by such a terrifying battle. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he touched his chin. How could he take out the silver demon cores from the stone platform? He wouldn't do something as stupid as taking action directly. If those people knew that there were so many silver demon cores in the stone platform, they would definitely go crazy. Therefore, he had to think of a secret way to secretly take the silver demon cores. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stepped back and took out the little white monkey from the demon beast pouch. Wooji, wooji, the little white monkey waved its white fists with a dissatisfied face. Help me this time. Don't worry, you'll get plenty of benefits, Lin Xian said. The little white monkey gestured and started to propose conditions to Lin Xian. Okay, I promise you. Spirit fruit, right? When the time comes, I'll definitely get it for you. Lin Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little white monkey was satisfied. It then took off the small bowl on its head and found a hidden place to begin its operation. The crimson dragon also let out a strange cry and quickly flew out. It set up an array and hid the little white monkey's figure. The two of them secretly acted and were very excited. Lin Xian secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had seen the power of the little white monkey's treasure bowl. It shouldn't be a problem to take those demon cores. He gazed at the hidden Dragon League martial artists who were still fighting fiercely in front of him and revealed a trace of a cold smile. This group of greedy fellows wanted to monopolize the gold demon and exclude everyone else. However, what they didn't know was that under their feet there was a large number of silver demon cores. The value of those silver demon cores was probably no less than that of a gold demon core. If those people knew that such a huge treasure had brushed past them, they would probably vomit blood from regret. Thinking of this scene, Lin Xian felt very comfortable. He had long since found those fellows an eyesore. If it wasn't for the sake of attacking the Golden Lair, he might have already attacked those people. However, none of that mattered now. Collecting those silver rank demon cores in secret was the way to go. Not long after, an earth-shattering sound rang out, bringing with it a thick demonic aura that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The golden demonic beast in front of them roared towards the sky, and its huge golden eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of scarlet light. Not only that, but the demonic aura on the surface of its body was also burning, which was extremely terrifying. His aura was much stronger than before. With a sweep of its tail, it formed a huge arc and immediately sent the surrounding martial artists flying. Even Jiang Yan and the others were shocked, and they quickly used their movement techniques to dodge, because the attack just now was beyond their ability to withstand. What's going on? Isn't that beast going to die soon? Why is it furious again? Could it be the final radiance of the setting sun? Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others' faces were extremely ugly. That attack just now had seriously injured many of their subordinates. Qi Hao's face was also ugly, because some of his subordinates had also been swept by the huge tail, and they were all bleeding profusely. The three of them looked at each other, puzzled. They didn't know why the extremely weak crimson gold demonic beast would explode with such an aura at this moment. In the distance, Lin Xian saw this scene and his eyebrows twitched. His expression was extremely serious because he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the golden demonic beast found out that we were secretly stealing the silver rank demon cores? That's very likely. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. Ruzalong, how many have you two gotten? Damn, we've only gotten 1/3 of them. That guy is really sensitive, and he actually found out. The Crimson Dragon looked unhappy. 1/3. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect the two of them to be so fast. No wonder the golden demonic beast was enraged. 1/3 was equivalent to 300 to 400 silver rank demon cores. Thinking of this, his heart jumped. He didn't expect to get 300 to 400 silver rank demon cores in such a short period of time. This was dozens of times more than what he had gotten before. This time he had hit the jackpot. Lin Xian was ecstatic. Even if they were discovered now, it didn't matter. The golden demonic beast was hiding. Its body was emitting a terrifying demonic aura, and its terrifying eyes were scanning the surroundings. 2 rays of golden red light shot out from its eyes, like lasers, and quickly searched. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's heart jumped. He quickly sent a voice transmission to Ruzalong and the monkey, asking them to hide well. Don't worry, kid. Don't you know the array I made? The Crimson Dragon patted its chest and said, That guy definitely won't find out. Sure enough, the golden demonic beast's eyes scanned the area where the Crimson Dragon and the snow-white monkey were. However, it didn't stop. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After looking around, the golden demonic beast's huge eyes were filled with suspicion. It didn't find any enemies. This made it very confused. It clearly felt that there were fewer silver rank demon cores under its feet. Was it an illusion? The golden demonic beast sensed again. However, in the next moment, it felt that there were still fewer silver rank demon cores under its feet. It was furious. It lifted its foot and slammed it down hard. Rumble. In an instant, the entire ground shook and cracked into countless pieces. Cracks spread in all directions, and the stone platform under its feet shattered. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what the golden demonic beast was doing. But soon, they opened their mouths wide and their breathing quickened. The huge stone platform shattered, and a huge black hole appeared under the golden demonic beast's feet. In the black hole, there were countless silver light balls floating. Seeing the silver light balls, everyone was stunned. Then, their eyes turned red as they stared in front of them. They realized that the floating silver light balls were demon cores, and they were all silver rank demon cores. 1 silver light ball represented 1 silver demon core. There were so many silver light balls, and there were 700 to 800 of them. In other words, there were 700 to 800 silver demon cores. Everyone went crazy. They had never seen so many silver demon cores in their lives. Jiang Yan and the rest were also stunned. They didn't expect that there would be so many silver demon cores in the inconspicuous stone platform. There were so many silver demon cores that it was comparable to a single gold demon core. Chapter 958. Jiang Yan and the rest were stunned when they saw the sky full of silver-grade demonic cores. They had fought so hard for half a day and still could not take down the gold-grade demonic beast. Who would have thought that there were treasures as valuable as the gold-grade demonic cores hidden in front of them? If the gold-grade demonic beast did not break the stone platform by itself, they would not have known. They would still be in the dark. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect the gold-grade demonic beast to break the stone platform. It seemed that it had been forced into a corner. Looking at the sky full of silver-grade demonic cores, everyone was stunned. Then they burst into loud cheers. Brothers, those are silver-grade demonic cores. Charge! The surrounding martial artists roared crazily. In the next moment, countless figures soared into the sky. This scene that appeared in the golden lair truly shocked all the martial artists. The sky full of silver-grade demonic cores floated in the sky like stars, emitting a silver-white light. This scene deeply stimulated the surrounding martial artists. Countless people soared into the sky. There were so many demonic cores in the sky. As long as they could get one, their trip would not be in vain. Jiang Yan and the rest were also excited. Bai Yi's demonic core was not an ordinary item. Even they were very tempted. Everyone, listen up. Attack! Try to get as many silver-grade demonic cores as possible. Jiang Yan shouted. Yes. Immediately, the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon League responded. They were all excited. Then, they joined forces and soared into the sky. On the other side, Chi Hao also soared into the sky with his men. He would not miss such a good opportunity. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect this to happen. Beside him, the black-white double demons were excited. They laughed and said, "Kid, do you want to join forces?" "No, you guys go first." Lin Xian said quickly. Then he said to Su Yu and the rest, "Senior sister Su, you guys can go too. But be careful. Qing Cheng, you go with senior sister Su and the rest." The black-white double demons were stunned. They looked at Lin Xian in surprise. They did not understand what he was doing. However, they did not think too much about it. This was a rare opportunity. If they missed it, it would be gone. So, they ignored Lin Xian and soared into the sky. Su Yu, Morong Qingqing, and the others also formed a small team and prepared to attack. Lin Xian didn't move because he didn't need to. The speed at which the little snow-white monkey collected it was much faster than the martial artists who rushed up to snatch it. At this moment, the sky was in chaos. Countless people were fighting fiercely. However, the Hidden Dragon Society and Qi Hao relied on their powerful teams to forcefully obtain an advantageous position. However, the Silver Demon Core was not so easy to obtain. The gold demon beast roared and opened its mouth, forming a huge devouring force that quickly surrounded the entire sky. In the blink of an eye, all the silver-ranked demon cores were enveloped and flew towards the bloody mouth. "Bastard, you're courting death!" Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan was furious. He quickly waved his palm and struck out a fiery red palm shadow. Tang Air, Chi Hao, and the others all moved, wanting to stop the silver demon core. This was an excellent opportunity, and they would not allow a gold-ranked beast to ruin it. Boom! In the sky, countless forces collided with each other, emitting terrifying energy waves. Those silver demon cores that were flying backward were forcibly pulled back. However, half of them were still swallowed by the gold-ranked beast, while the other half were scattered. Seeing that the gold-ranked beast had swallowed more than half of the silver demon cores, countless people were heartbroken. However, they didn't have the time to find trouble with the gold-ranked beast, so they could only fight for the remaining demon cores. Jiang Yan snorted coldly. He stretched out his fiery red palm, bringing with it endless heat waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky darkened, and a huge palm appeared, grabbing towards the white demon core. "Little White, get it!" Below, Lin Xian saw this scene and quickly said, "Wu, Ji, the little snow." White monkey nodded. Then it held the small broken bowl and mumbled something, looking like a little trickster. Boom! In the sky, the fiery red palm fell, covering the 5 silver demon cores in an instant. Then, the huge palm clasped together and retreated. Seeing this, Jiang Yan revealed a satisfied smile. However, he didn't know that the moment he clasped his hands together, 3 of the demon cores mysteriously disappeared. The fiery red palm retreated, leaving a long trail of light behind it. It quickly returned to Jiang Yan's side. Then, the huge light palm quickly spread out. What? This is impossible. When Jiang Yan saw the 2 remaining silver demon cores in his palm, he was completely stunned. How is this possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief. He clearly remembered that he had captured 5 silver demon cores, but now there were only 2 left. What about the other 3? He couldn't figure it out, and he didn't know how the 3 demon cores had disappeared. Looking at the 2 remaining silver demon cores in his hand, Jiang Yan's face instantly darkened. Although he didn't understand what had happened, it was obvious that someone had snatched more demon cores from him. Someone had dared to go against him, which made him furious. However, he couldn't find anyone to vent his anger on, so he could only work harder to capture the silver demon cores around him. However, he secretly swore that he would find the person who had stolen his demon cores and tear him into pieces. In fact, it wasn't just Jiang Yan. Tang Er, Qi Hao, and the others had also encountered the same strange situation. This made them furious. They were all super powerhouses, ranked in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and no one dared to provoke them. Now, however, someone had dared to play tricks in front of them and steal their demon cores. This was undoubtedly a provocation to them. The 3 of them stood in the void, their gazes piercingly cold as they scanned their surroundings with a thick, murderous aura. They wanted to find out who had dared to secretly attack them. The other ancient martial art practitioners were desperately fighting for their demon cores, and Lin Xian also joined in the fight to not attract attention. Jiang Yan and the other 2 didn't notice the person who had secretly attacked them. This made their faces even gloomier. In the process of fighting, the most ferocious beast was still the gold demon beast. It was the most powerful one, and the number of silver-tier demon cores it had snatched was also the most. Previously, when everyone joined forces, they were still able to contend with it. But now, in such a chaotic situation where everyone was fighting on their own, they were no match for the gold-tier demon beast. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned because he had received a message from the Crimson Dragon. "Kid, we've snatched a demon core with a faint golden glow." "What? A faint golden glow?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The golden glow was enough to show how terrifying it was. He guessed that the owner of the faint golden demon beast must be an extremely terrifying existence. At the very least, it had the qualifications to evolve into a true gold demon beast. In fact, this faint golden demon core had been forcefully snatched from the gold demon beast's mouth. The gold demon beast didn't immediately snatch the remaining silver demon cores in the sky. Instead, it stared at a faint golden demon core. Chapter 959. It was left behind by one of its competitors. Back then, only the 2 of them had the possibility of evolving into a gold-ranked demon core. Hence, a fierce battle broke out between the 2 of them. In the end, it was the winner, while its competitor was defeated and turned into a pale gold demon core. This light golden demon core was extremely tempting to him because the energy contained within it was too great. Under normal circumstances, it would not be the time for it to consume the pale gold demon core. Hence, it kept it and waited for the right time. But now it had mysteriously lost most of its silver-ranked demon cores. It could not even keep the rest of its demon cores. Hence, it could not wait any longer. It had to act quickly. However, just as it was about to consume the demon core, it realized that it was gone. It had been snatched away by someone. This was unbearable for it. The gold-ranked demon beast was enraged. It let out an angry roar, and the demon chi on its body began to burn. Its entire body shone with golden light and turned into thousands of golden tentacles that flew in all directions. In an instant, countless silver-ranked demon cores were caught by the golden tentacles and brought back. After obtaining nearly 100 silver-ranked demon cores, the gold-ranked demon beast suddenly stopped moving. It stood there like a statue. Seeing that the gold-ranked demon beast had given up, the surrounding martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. Then they sped up the process because there were less than 100 silver-ranked demon cores left. However, they did not notice that at the gold-ranked demon beast's heart, the area that was originally glowing with a silver-white light was slowly disappearing. It was replaced by a blinding golden light. Following that ray of light was a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the gold-ranked demon beast's aura exploded once again. Like a volcanic eruption, It spread out in all directions. The ground nearby split open in an instant, and the huge stone pillars in the surroundings shattered with a loud bang, scattering all over the ground. Feeling the fluctuation of energy, everyone's expression changed. Jian Yan, Tang Er, and the rest looked even worse because this energy was much stronger than before. It was far beyond their ability to resist. Lin Xian frowned as his heart raced. He realized that the silver-white area at the gold-ranked demon beast's heart had disappeared. In other words, the gold-ranked demon beast had completed its evolution and no longer had any weaknesses. This was bad news. Previously, they were able to fight against the gold-ranked demon beast because it had not completed its evolution. But now, this weakness had disappeared. In other words, even if they joined forces again, they would not be able to contend against the other party. Not only that, the aura of the gold-ranked demonic beast was extremely strong, and its strength had also increased by a large margin. It had become a true overlord. There was no way they could fight against such a demonic beast. Thinking up to this point, Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. Without any hesitation, he quickly sent a voice transmission. "Ruzalong, quickly stop and leave." At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the twin ghosts of Black and White, Morong Qingqing and Suyu, asking them to leave as soon as possible. Then, Lin Xian stomped his foot and turned into a sword light. He rushed out of the nest with the crimson dragon and the snow-white monkey. Behind him, the twin ghosts of Black and White, Morong Qingqing, and the others followed closely behind. Seeing Lin Xian and the others leaving, everyone was stunned and surprised. One had to know that there were still plenty of silver demon cores in the sky, but the other party had left just like that. It was just too strange, because, in their opinion, no matter how strong the gold-ranked demonic beast was, they would still be able to deal with it. After all, the silver-ranked demonic beast cores were very tempting. However, in the next moment, they understood why Lin Xian wanted to escape. Rumble! The void trembled as a huge golden claw descended from the sky and slapped forward at a high speed. This attack was extremely terrifying. It was like a huge golden mountain. With a terrifying force, it fell from the sky at a high speed. Airwaves rolled and demonic chi filled the air. The void was torn apart in an instant as the terrifying force enveloped everyone. Bang! Those martial artists who were close to it could not resist at all. In an instant, they were blasted away and vomited blood. They were severely injured. In the next moment, their bodies glowed with white light as they were forcefully transported out of the demon slayer's world. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. This was because they realized that the gold-ranked demonic beast was too powerful. It was not something that they could fight against. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to resist it. Jian Yan and the others also looked gloomy. They also realized that the gold-ranked demonic beast had completely evolved. This made them feel indignant. They were so close to killing the gold-ranked demonic beast. Once they had killed the gold-ranked demonic beast cores, not only would they obtain the precious gold-ranked demonic beast cores, but they would also become famous. After all, no one had been able to kill a gold-ranked demonic beast before this. But now it was impossible. Jian Yan and the others were frustrated that they had lost such a great opportunity. Run! It was unknown who screamed, but everyone immediately rushed towards the exit like a swarm of locusts. Behind them, the gold-ranked demonic beast roared into the sky. It released a terrifying sound wave that rushed forward like a wave. The beast waved its claws and the golden, demonic chi surged. It tore the entire demonic beast lair apart. Bang! 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 Countless huge rocks fell and dust flew. The extremely sturdy gold-ranked demonic beast lair collapsed at this moment. The gold-ranked demonic beast looked around. In its huge eyes, 2 beams of yellow light shot out. They were like demonic spears that pierced forward. They pierced through the void like 2 golden dragons. Seeing the gold-ranked demonic beast attack, everyone's scalp went numb. They used all their strength and ran for their lives. However, those martial artists who were too slow were still hit by the golden spears. They were severely injured. Their bodies glowed with white light, and they left the demon slayer's world. Everyone evacuate! Jiang Yan's face was solemn. He led the people from the Hidden Dragon League and retreated quickly. On the other side, Chi Hao also reorganized his team and left quickly. This force was not something that they could withstand. Bang! In the ruins, countless figures rushed into the sky. They looked panicked and were in a sorry state. After they left the lair, they quickly flew in all directions. Roar! The monstrous beasts on the periphery received the order and frantically tried to block the monstrous beasts. They threw themselves at the martial artists without any regard for their lives. The gold-ranked demonic beast also rushed out in an instant. The ground trembled rapidly. Cracks spread out for thousands of miles. It was a shocking sight. The gold-ranked demonic beast was like a huge golden mountain. It moved quickly. Every step it took caused the ground to crack. It looked around as if it was looking for something. Suddenly, it stared in one direction. Its eyes widened in anger. Then it roared into the sky and leaped up. Rumble! Like a golden mountain, it rushed into the sky. Damn! Why is that thing chasing us? At this moment, Lin Xian and the others who escaped first changed their expressions. Especially the double ghosts of Black-White. They started cursing. They quickly changed direction, trying to shake off the gold-ranked demonic beast. However, as they changed direction, the gold-ranked demonic beast behind them also changed direction. It was not going to let them go. Damn, we can't be so unlucky. It's targeting us. The double ghosts of Black-White's face turned green. Chapter 960. They realized that they were being targeted. Otherwise, they would have been able to shake off the golden beast by changing directions so many times. Didn't they see that all the other warriors were safe? Only they were still being chased by the golden beast. Seeing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He guessed that the gold-ranked demonic beast was here for the pale gold demonic core. Let's split up. I think the golden beast is after me. Coming for you? Kid, what did you do to make the golden beast go berserk? And its resentment is still there? The double demons of Black and White widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian in confusion. Looking at everyone's gaze, Lin Xian let out a bitter laugh. It was really hard to explain this matter in such a short period of time. Anyway, they would just have to split up for now. He would go and lure the gold, rank, demonic beast away, and the rest of you would take the opportunity to leave. But it's too dangerous. Su Yu and the others were worried. Don't worry. That beast can't hurt me in terms of speed. Lin Xian smiled confidently. Morong Qingqing said firmly, I'll go with you. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and did not refuse. Morong Qingqing's strength was not weaker than his. Even if they were being chased, he would not be hurt. Plus, if the two of them worked together, they might be able to counterattack. Then Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing quickly got up and flew in another direction like shooting stars. They disappeared into the sky in an instant. In the next moment, the golden beast roared to the sky. It gave up on the double demons of Black and White and turned to chase after Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Damn, it's really going after them. The double demons of Black and White and the others were stunned. They did not expect the golden beast to go after Lin Xian. What did this kid do? Why is he being chased by a golden beast? The double demons of Black and White and the others could not figure it out, but they did not think about it anymore. Lin Xian had given them a chance to escape, and they had to seize it. In a flash, the double ghosts of Black and White, Su Yu, and the others flew to a safe place. This scene was naturally seen by the other cultivators. Immediately, many of them stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with bewilderment. They were also confused as to why the gold-ranked beast was only after Lin Xian. There must be something wrong with it. Jiang Yen frowned as he watched Lin Xian's departing figure. What do you think? He looked at Tang Er. There's a problem. That brat was the first to escape, which means that he must have sensed something, Tang Er said. Furthermore, that gold-ranked demonic beast did not hesitate to reveal so many silver-ranked demonic cores. It must have discovered something and was forced to evolve. I'm guessing that the kid might have something in his hands. Furthermore, that thing is very important to the gold-ranked demon beast, Second Tang said. That's possible. Jiang Yen nodded. No matter what, let's go and take a look. After all, the gold-ranked demonic beast target is that kid. We shouldn't be attacked. With the gold-ranked demonic beast speed, I'm afraid it won't be able to catch up to Lin Xian. However, we can secretly do something to make him and the gold-ranked demonic beast fight. When both sides are almost done fighting, we'll make our move. The Lone Star Sword and those demonic cores in Lin Xian's hands will be ours. Oh right, isn't the Falling Star with him as well? You can take it from him when the time comes. Jiang Yen smiled cruelly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Tang Er sneered as well. The two of them discussed for a while. Then, their figures flickered as they chased after the gold-ranked demonic beast. Following them were Yao Bin and a few other elite disciples with valiant strength. On the other side, Qi Hao was equally shocked. However, after seeing Jiang Yen and Tang Er's actions, he decided to follow them. He wanted to see what Lin Xian had that could attract the gold-ranked demonic beast. Of course, if there was a chance, he would not mind taking it from him. On the vast plains, two figures were flying at a low altitude like shooting stars. Above the two of them, there was a huge black shadow moving at high speed. It was like a dark cloud, bringing with it endless wind. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the huge black shadow was actually a mountain. At this moment, it was being pulled up by someone and thrown out like a rock. The huge mountain whistled and smashed towards the two figures in the distance. However, it did not succeed. The two figures were very agile and dodged it in an instant. Boom! The mountain landed on the ground, creating a horrifying deep pit. Countless huge rocks were sent flying, and some of the surrounding trees were cut down. Roar! An angry roar was heard. Then the ground shook rapidly as if there was an earthquake. Countless cracks spread across the ground. Following this horrifying sound was a huge golden figure. This figure was naturally the gold-ranked demonic beast. The two figures flying in front of it were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The gold-ranked demonic beast roared angrily when its attack missed. Golden light shone from its body and formed countless tentacles. It quickly grabbed the towering trees nearby and uprooted them. Buzz! The ground shook and countless towering trees were uprooted. Under the effect of the golden tentacles, they turned into spears and swords and flew into the distance. The gold-ranked demonic beast bent its body and opened its mouth. It quickly absorbed the spiritual energy around it. Then it formed a huge golden ball of light and spat it out. The ball of light trembled and the runes on it flickered. A thick golden pillar of light shot out from the center and flew into the distance quickly. Wherever it passed, the rocks and trees were all shattered. Nothing could stop it. In front, Lin Xian felt the energy fluctuation behind him. His face changed, and he quickly flashed away. In an instant, he created countless figures. Murong Qingqing, who was beside him, was like a bolt of purple lightning. The two of them used their secret techniques and narrowly avoided the attack of the gold-ranked demonic beast. Damn, this guy is too difficult to deal with. Lin Xian frowned. Although the other party's speed was not as fast as theirs, it had endless power. Its long-range attacks could hurt them. For example, the golden pillar of light just now was extremely fast. Ordinary level 3 honorable realm cultivators would not be able to dodge it. Even level 4 honorable realm cultivators would be hit if they were careless. Once they were hit, they would probably turn into a bloody mist. Only Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, who had mastered the extreme speed movement technique, could avoid it. However, it was also very dangerous for them. The gold-ranked demonic beast did not seem to know fatigue. It kept shooting out golden pillars of light, threatening their safety. If they could not dodge at once, they would die. It's indeed a gold-ranked demonic beast. It's really difficult to deal with. Murong Qingqing looked serious. Although we can still hold on, we don't know how long it will chase us. Moreover, it will be troublesome if other demonic beasts are alerted. Chapter 9:61. Indeed, they could still escape from a single gold-ranked beast. But if the other party summoned another gold-ranked beast, they would be completely finished. Lin Xian's face was also cold. You've gone too far. If you keep chasing, I'll kill you. He had already decided to fly for a while longer. If the other party still didn't give up, then he would have no choice but to summon the great dragon sword soul. Although the consequences of doing so would leave him exhausted for a while and enter a weakened state, he couldn't care less. Otherwise, if an overlord-ranked, gold-ranked beast followed behind them, it would be very troublesome. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to do anything else. They might not even be able to cross the final demonic blood pool. Just as Lin Xian was about to summon the great dragon sword soul and fight for his life, he suddenly felt something move in his body. Lin Xian was surprised. He kept flying at top speed while sending a part of his soul into his body to investigate. Soon, he found the source of the trembling. It came from the mysterious small sword. The mysterious small sword usually didn't move at all. It would only move when he was in a life and death situation. Therefore, the trembling now made Lin Xian very surprised. However, he carefully examined it and found that it wasn't the mysterious small sword that was causing it. It was the black 10,000 beast ding inside the mysterious small sword. Seeing the 10,000 beast ding tremble slightly, Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. What's going on? He was very surprised. The slight trembling of the 10,000 beast ding inside his body attracted Lin Xian's attention. He was very excited. One had to know that the 10,000 beast ding was a complete earth-ranked artifact. Its power was unimaginable. However, at this moment, it actually made such a strange movement. Lin Xian was very surprised. Without moving, Lin Xian used sound transmission to discuss with the Crimson Dragon. Ruzalong had lived for thousands of years and had seen many things. He should know something about the situation. After hearing this, the Crimson Dragon fell into deep thought. I don't think the 10,000 beast ding wants to attack, right? Attack! Lin Xian was surprised. That's right, the 10,000 longevity cauldron. Judging from its name, it should be related to demonic beasts. The gold-ranked demonic beast behind it is an extremely powerful existence. Who knows, it might have attracted the interest of the 10,000 beasting. You're still interested in the 10,000 years cauldron. Lin Xian rolled its eyes. It wasn't even human, so why would it be interested? Kid, don't ever look down on an earth-ranked treasure. Treasures of that level all have their own treasure spirits. Artifact spirit. Lin Xian was shocked. The so-called weapon spirit was an existence that was similar to a life form produced by the weapon itself. This sort of thing was only recorded in legends. It was impossible for ordinary weapons to give birth to an artifact spirit, but this was not necessarily the case for an Earthstep artifact. It could be said to be a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and there was a high possibility that it could give birth to an artifact spirit. The Crimson Dragon didn't continue the discussion about the weapon spirit. Instead, it quickly said, "Boy, use your soul power to communicate with the 10,000 beasting. Maybe you can subdue the big idiot behind us." All right, Lin Xian nodded. Although he didn't know what the final result would be, he still decided to give it a try. After all, this method sounded a lot safer. Moreover, after summoning the dragon sword spirit, he would enter a period of weakness. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't summon the dragon's sword spirit. Qingcheng, I have an idea. Maybe we can subdue the gold-ranked, demonic beast behind us. But I need some time. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Morong Qingcheng smiled. If others heard this, their jaws would drop. One had to know that this was a gold-ranked, demonic beast. It was incomparably powerful. Even Jiang Yan and the others didn't dare to fight against it. However, at this moment, Morong Qingcheng was very determined to agree. Originally, Lin Xian was still a little worried, but now that he saw Morong Qingcheng's confident smile, he was relieved. In a flash, he came to an open space and quickly sat down cross-legged. Then the Crimson Dragon carefully set up a small defensive array around him. Next, Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly channeled his soul power into his body. He tried to activate the 10,000 Years Cauldron. Seeing Lin Xian meditating with his eyes closed, as if he was preparing for something, Morong Qingcheng took a deep breath. Her delicate little face was full of seriousness. In the next moment, she channeled the spiritual power in her body. Countless purple clouds surrounded her, as if purple clouds came from the east. Not long after the two of them landed, the gold-ranked, demonic beast behind them arrived. Before it arrived, a terrifying roar could be heard, shaking the heavens and the earth. The gold-ranked, demonic beast walked to a nearby mountain. It quickly uprooted the entire mountain and smashed it at Lin Xian. Boom! The huge mountain shook violently and fell with unparalleled force. Humph! Morong Qingcheng snorted and waved her jade-like palm, striking out a series of palm shadows. The palm shadows carried a mysterious aura. They swept across the void and quickly tore the mountain apart. Stupid brother, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll really piss me off. Morong Qingcheng's red lips moved slightly. There was a trace of coldness in her voice. The gold-ranked demonic beast couldn't understand human language. However, even if it could, it wouldn't give up so easily. Seeing that the two people in front of it finally stopped running, the gold-ranked demonic beast's huge eyes were filled with excitement. It stared at Lin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, with a devilish light in its eyes. In the next moment, it stretched out its golden claws and clawed downward. A golden light shone. The huge beast claws tore the heavens and the earth apart. It was extremely terrifying. Before it landed, the aftershock had already split the earth into 5 bottomless cracks. Seeing this, Morong Qingcheng took a deep breath. Then, her jade-like hands quickly formed a seal. Waves of terrifying aura rippled out from her jade-like fingers. Sky-flipping seal. Along with this voice, a purple seal flew out from Morong Qingcheng's hand and quickly rushed into the sky. The seal grew rapidly in the air. Purple clouds surrounded it, forming 4 ferocious dragons that circled in all directions. In the next moment, the purple sky-flipping seal and the gold-ranked demonic beast clashed violently. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sound rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. The wind howled and covered the entire sky. The two forces persisted in the air, resisting each other. In the end, the gold-ranked demonic beast claw became fainter and the purple light became brighter. Soon, the purple sky-flipping seal let out a low dragon roar and quickly blasted the golden palm away. Then it rushed toward the gold-ranked demonic beast in an even more violent manner. This scene happened to be witnessed by Jiang Yan, Qi Haoho, and the others who had just arrived. Suddenly, their mouths were agape and they were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that the gold-ranked demonic beast's attack could be repelled. One had to know that the gold-ranked demonic beast was no longer the demonic beast with a weakness. At this moment, Tower had completed its evolution and was a true overlord. Even so, it was still repelled. Everyone gasped and looked in disbelief at the girl who was surrounded by purple clouds. Chapter 962. Before this, they had only paid attention to Morong Qingcheng's beauty and identity. Jiang Yan and the rest did not care about the rest. However, it seemed that they were wrong. Very wrong. The beautiful girl in front of them was definitely not weaker than them. She might even be stronger. At least, they were not confident that they could repel the gold-ranked beast's attack in one move. But now, the beautiful girl in front of them had done it. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was yet to come. The cataclysmic seal's golden beast claw was repelled. Then it attacked the gold-ranked beast with even more ferocity. Above it, 4 purple true dragons were circling around, releasing boundless light, accompanied by a series of deep dragon roars. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the cataclysmic seal hit the gold-ranked beast hard. Rumble! A thunderous sound was heard. The sky was torn apart. The terrifying purple gas was vast and mighty, drowning everything in front of it. The energy surged, and the wind swept. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. All of a sudden, a golden figure flew out from the boundless purple chi and retreated continuously. Every time he took a step back, he would leave a deep footprint on the ground. What? It was repelled. That's impossible. How could a gold-ranked beast be repelled? What kind of move is that purple square seal? It's so terrifying. In an instant, Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the rest exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with shock. If blocking the gold-ranked beast's attack had shocked them, then repelling the gold-ranked beast had stunned them. One must know that blocking an attack and repelling a gold-ranked beast were 2 different concepts. They did not expect this beautiful girl to be so terrifying. She was even able to fight against a gold-ranked beast. She really repelled the gold-ranked beast. How was that possible? Jiang Yan and the rest narrowed their eyes. That purple palm seal was definitely not simple. To be able to repel a gold-ranked beast, it was most likely an earth-rank martial art. Qi Hao also frowned. Firstly, the purple palm seal was too powerful. Secondly, Murong Qingqing was the proud daughter of the House of Kings. She would definitely have an earth-rank martial art in her hands. Now, it seemed that it was very likely to be the purple palm seal. However, this gold-ranked demonic beast was not to be trifled with, especially after its evolution. The strength it displayed was even stronger than that of an ordinary 4th-level venerable. The gold-ranked demonic beast roared angrily. Streaks of scarlet light began to appear in its eyes. It was so angry that it went berserk once again. It had no choice. That despicable brat had snatched away its vital demon core, forcing it to evolve ahead of time. And now he was so close to obtaining the light gold demon core. That would be very useful in increasing his strength in the future. But now it was blocked by someone. The other party was just a human girl. The gold-ranked beast did not take her seriously at all. In its opinion, it only needed 1 palm to tear this young man apart. However, it did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Not only did he block its attack, he even forced it back. This made it unbearable. In the next moment, the gold-colored demonic beast let out a furious roar. The gold-colored demonic aura on its body burned once again. Suddenly, even the void was distorted. Traces of golden light quickly spread out, forming a golden cloud above. Rumble! Golden lightning flashed in the cloud, forming a powerful force of thunder and lightning. They intertwined and emitted a terrifying power. Soon, the golden cloud drifted toward Murong Qingqing. The thunder and lightning struck, making a terrifying sound. The entire void was covered by a sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the golden cloud arrived above Murong Qingqing. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts descended. The lightning bolts were too terrifying. They contained the power of a 4th heaven venerable. They directly pierced through the void. Dozens of golden lightning bolts were as thick as buckets. They struck down fiercely, like heavenly tribulations. Murong Qingqing shouted and waved her hand. The purple aura on her body quickly surged out, forming a sky full of flames that swept upward. The purple flames surged into the sky, and the heat waves were terrifying. The flames illuminated the surroundings. The endless flames combined to form purple light pillars that collided with the rapidly descending golden lightning bolts. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The two forces completely exploded, drowning the entire void. The aftermath of the energy turned into violent winds and lightning that swept in all directions. Immediately, the terrifying energy destroyed everything within 100 miles. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the defensive formation set up by the crimson dragon around him, which blocked the energy waves. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Seeing this scene, Yao Bin and the others in the distance felt their hearts beat wildly. Their expressions changed drastically. The battle was too terrifying. It was not something they could interfere with at all. Jiang Yan and the others also frowned. They originally planned to let Lin Xian and the gold tier beast fight, then they would secretly intervene. However, the current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Therefore, they did not act rashly. They only watched quietly and waited for the right opportunity. That was because they saw Lin Xian sitting there cross-legged. He did not seem to have any reaction to the intense battle. They thought that he must be preparing for something. Humph. I don't believe that you won't make a move. Tang Air snorted coldly. His face was gloomy as he continued to wait. In front of them, terrifying energy exploded. Murong Qingqing quickly retreated like a fleeting shadow. Her face was slightly pale. It was obvious that fighting against a gold-tier beast was a great challenge for her. However, her gaze was resolute. Her body swayed, and she stood in front of Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian trusted her, she would not let the gold-tier beast come close until Lin Xian woke up. On the other side, the gold-tier beast was furious. It had completed its evolution and became the overlord of the Demon Slayer world. Apart from the other gold-tier beasts, no one dared to go against it. However, a little human girl dared to stand in front of it. Moreover, she had blocked its path time and time again. It could not tolerate this. It roared into the sky, and its huge eyes were filled with hatred. It wanted to tear the girl in front of it apart. In the next moment, the gold-tier beast unleashed its terrifying combat strength again. A vast amount of energy surged forward. It was determined to get the pale gold demon core. Murong Qingqing also shouted. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of coldness. In the next moment, her jade-like hand swayed and formed the purple seal from before. Overturning sky seal. A low voice was heard. Murong Qingqing quickly waved her palm. The purple palm print formed again and floated in the sky. It emitted a hazy aura, for true dragons circled around, spitting out purple mist from their mouths. They formed strange symbols that were fixed in the void. The purple runes were very strange. They did not look like modern words. They should be words from ancient times. They floated in the air and emitted a mysterious aura. Thousands of purple rays of light shone down. In the next moment, countless runes flashed and spun quickly. They flew toward the gold-tier beast, like shooting stars. They stopped around it and then burst into a dazzling light. Chapter 963. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Purple light appeared and enveloped the gold-ranked beast. From afar, it looked like a purple energy barrier had enveloped the gold-ranked beast. Roar! The gold-ranked beast was enraged. It dragged its huge body and slammed into the purple light barrier. Every time it slammed into it, there would be an earth-shattering sound. Not only that, every time it slammed into the barrier, Murong Qingqing's face would turn paler. However, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Seeing this, Jiang Yan and the others in the distance were stunned. They did not expect the beautiful girl to have such a method to seal the gold-ranked beast. If this method was used on them, no one would be able to escape. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan and the others had strange expressions. As the geniuses of the Hidden Dragon League They had challenged the top 10 warriors of the mysterious sovereign leaderboard and succeeded. They were called the biggest dark horses. However, compared to Murong Qingcheng, they seemed pale and powerless. Murong Qingcheng's ranking on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard was not high. She was only in the 50s. However, her strength was terrifying. She was probably the biggest dark horse. Chi Hao was also shocked. If it were him, he would not be able to stop the gold-ranked beast for a while. However, the girl was able to do this, which surprised him. At the same time, he was also amazed. Such a strange girl was definitely rare. Murong Qingcheng's performance shocked everyone. They even felt ashamed of their own inferiority. They focused on the battlefield, but soon revealed suspicious expressions. Murong Qingcheng's goal was simple. She wanted to stop the gold-ranked beast from getting close to Lin Xian. However, they did not know what Lin Xian was doing. They only saw him sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. However, they thought that he was preparing some ultimate move. After all, in a battle of this level, no matter how confident Lin Xian was, he would not dare to let Murong Qingcheng fight alone. Lin Xian naturally did not know what Jiang Yan, Chi Hao, and the others were guessing. At this moment, he was mobilizing the 10,000 beast ding. However, the process was not simple. The 10,000 beast ding did not seem to be under his control at all. They wanted to escape on their own. However, Lin Xian did not dare to do this. If someone recognized the 10,000 beast ding, it would be a big joke. After all, he'd suffered the pursuit of countless people just because he possessed a fragment of an Earth-rank treasure. And if someone were to find out that he possessed a complete Earth-rank treasure, would that person immediately cut open his stomach and take out the myriad beast cauldron? At that time, even a true king-level warrior would make a move. If someone of that level were to make a move, Lin Xian would have no chance of escaping. Therefore, he would not expose the 1,000 beast cauldron to the outside world no matter what. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to take out King Pillfeather's crystal skull and activate the 1,000 beast cauldron again. At the same time, he said fiercely, "If it doesn't work, then get out of my body. I don't keep trash here." It was unknown whether it was the crystal skull or Lin Xian's threat, but the 10,000 beast ding trembled slightly again. It seemed to move under the control of Lin Xian's soul power. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He poured more soul power into it and tried to mobilize the 10,000 beasting. Could he control the gold rank beast outside? Buzz! The black cauldron trembled slightly, as if it was responding to Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Although he did not know if it was the other party's artifact spirit, it was not important as long as he could control the gold rank beast. Ruzalong set up a formation to cover the 10,000 beast ding so that others can't see it. Lin Xian quickly said, "Don't worry, no problem." The crimson dragon patted its chest and said. Then it waved its dragon claws and quickly set up a spirit formation. In the next moment, Lin Xian madly poured his soul power into the 10,000 beast ding. Then the 10,000 beast ding emitted a black light, forming a strange force that quickly rushed out. This time, the 10,000 beast ding did not rush out of the mysterious sword, but the black light rushed out of the body, forming a vague shadow of a black cauldron in the void. When the black cauldron shadow appeared, it immediately brought along a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions. This aura came from the Earth rank artifact itself and could not be suppressed. Even Lin Xian's formation could not completely eliminate it. However, he did not care now. As long as he could quickly kill the gold rank beast, no one would be able to discover his secret. He quickly opened his eyes. At the same time, the black cauldron above his head bloomed with an even darker light. A heart-palpitating force rushed out, sweeping through the heaven and earth. What is that thing? What a terrifying aura! When Jiang Yan, Chi Hao, and the others saw this scene, their hearts trembled and their pupils shrank. The aura was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Morong Chingching's purple sky flipping seal. They did not expect Ling Xian to have such a trick up his sleeve. It was really unexpected. In the distance, the gold-rank beast also saw the vague black cauldron and immediately felt uneasy. It roared crazily and quickly rushed at the purple light curtain around it, trying to escape. At the same time, it developed a deep fear of the black cauldron, as if it had met its nemesis. It felt fear from the bottom of its heart. Although it did not know what it was, its instincts told it to destroy it. The gold-rank beast roared crazily. Golden demonic aura surged all over its body, forming countless tentacles that quickly rushed forward. Murong Qingchen, on the other hand, yelled as she kept forming hand seals with both of her hands, strengthening the sealing effect of the purple light wall again. In the rear, Lin Xian's expression was serious. He quickly stood up because he felt that controlling the 10,000 beast ding consumed too much soul power. Even he could not hold on for long. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed under his breath. He realized that although the black cauldron was terrifying, it also consumed a lot of soul power like the dragon sword soul. He was afraid that he would not be much better after using it. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Lin Xian sighed softly and then focused his eyes. Qingcheng, it's done. Let me do it. Okay. Murong Qingcheng smiled and kept moving her hands to remove the sky-flipping seal. At the same time, she floated to Lin Xian's side. In the next moment, she was extremely surprised. With a trace of surprise in her beautiful eyes, she looked at the black cauldron above Lin Xian's head. What kind of power was this? Even she felt a trace of fear. This guy has so many secrets. Murong Qingcheng tilted her head curiously, but then a smile appeared on her face. With the black cauldron, the gold-rank beast would suffer a lot. In front of them, the gold-rank beast roared to the sky. It had finally broken free from the purple seal and regained its freedom. Soon after, a ferocious glint appeared in its huge eyes. It stared at Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng, then charged toward them at a high speed. This time, it must tear the two apart. Chapter 964. Without the restraint of the purple cataclysmic seal, the gold-ranked beast was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. It quickly charged towards Lin Xian. This time, the gold-ranked beast was truly enraged. It used all its strength and charged towards Lin Xian like a golden meteor. Feeling the terrifying power, Jiang Yan and the others' eyelids twitched. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly mobilized his soul power and poured it into the black 10,000 beast ding. In the next moment, the black 10,000 beast ding buzzed. The black cauldron above Lin Xian's head also emitted a black light. Above the cauldron, strange beasts gradually appeared and circled in the air. Bang! The black 10,000 beast ding turned and shot out a black light towards the gold-ranked beast. The light was very fast. It was like a black lightning bolt. In an instant, it was in front of the gold-ranked beast. In the next moment, it entered the gold-ranked beast's forehead. Suddenly, the gold-ranked beast's body trembled and stopped. Then it let out a painful roar. The roar was earth-shattering. It was like a demon's voice. It made one's scalp tingle. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-ranked beast's huge body fell to the ground. Countless waves of air rolled. A terrifying crater was formed on the ground. The gold-ranked beast rolled on the ground in pain. What's going on? What happened? Jiang Yan and the others were stunned. They only saw a black light enter the gold-ranked beast's body. Then it became like this? But this was too unbelievable. The gold-ranked beast was more terrifying than a fourth-rank honorable realm cultivator. Previously, even when Murong Qingcheng used the cataclysmic seal, it was only a draw. It could not kill the gold-ranked beast. But now, a black light was causing the gold-ranked beast so much pain that it wanted to die. Everyone could not believe it. But the truth was right in front of them. What was that thing? What did Lin Xian do? Jiang Yan and the others frowned. They quickly looked in front of them. However, the space around Lin Xian was distorted. It was very blurry. They could not see what was going on inside. Lin Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. At this moment, his face was somewhat pale. Clearly, that attack just now had consumed a lot of his soul force. Fortunately, although the consumption was huge, the effect was very obvious. At the very least, the gold-ranked demonic beast seemed to have lost all its combat power and became extremely weak. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Such a powerful demonic beast was actually killed by a black light. The 10,000 beast ding was truly terrifying. He didn't dare to imagine. If a true king wielded a complete earth-rank artifact, how powerful would that be? In front of him, the cries of the gold-ranked demonic beast gradually weakened, and the light on its body also dimmed. From the looks of it, it had become very weak, as if it could not hold on for much longer. Murong Qingqing was also surprised. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to injure a gold-ranked demonic beast with a single move. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? However, looking at Lin Xian's pale and sweaty face, Murong Qingqing sighed softly. Then, she moved her feet and asked softly, "Why don't we take this opportunity to kill it?" "Okay, but hurry up. I can't hold on for much longer." Lin Xian was a little weak. If his soul force was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to control the 10,000 beast ding. At that time, the gold-ranked demonic beast would completely break free from his control and recover. Therefore, if they wanted to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast, now was the best time. Murong Qingqing nodded. Then, like a purple phantom, her body floated forward. In the distance, Jiang Yan and the others saw this scene, and their hearts beat wildly. In an instant, they guessed Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian's thoughts. Then, their hearts trembled violently and their eyes became fiery. Kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. This was the best time to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast, because once the gold-ranked demonic beast broke free, it would become an undefeatable existence. But now the gold-ranked demonic beast was extremely weak, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. If they could kill a gold-ranked demonic beast, they would definitely gain both fame and fortune. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others' breathing quickened. Their eyes were as red as a rabbit's as they stared straight ahead. Although they were afraid of Lin Xian's ultimate move, and although Murong Qingqing's combat strength was unparalleled, both of them were severely exhausted. It was hard to say how much of their combat strength they could use. Moreover, a gold-ranked demonic beast was too tempting. They couldn't resist. Therefore, almost without hesitation, Jiang Yan and Tang Er made a decision. They led more than 10 elite disciples of the Hidden Dragon League and quickly soared into the sky, charging forward. Dozens of people were like sharp swords, tearing through the void at an extremely fast speed. On the other mountain, Chi Hao was also frowning. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes. Faced with this kind of temptation, he couldn't resist. However, Murong Qingqing's sky-flipping seal and Lin Xian's black light had shocked him too much. If both of them used that kind of attack again, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. Therefore, he didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he continued to wait. He also had his own plan. He planned to let Jiang Yan lead the Hidden Dragon League to attack first. If Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were forced into a corner, they would definitely counterattack. At that time, the two of them might use their ultimate move again. That kind of ultimate move couldn't be used more than once. Therefore, as long as they used it again, he would immediately make a move and kill them. Thinking of this, Chi Hao suppressed the excitement in his heart and quietly waited. In the sky, the dozens of bright lights finally caught the attention of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. They quickly realized that those lights were Jiang Yan and the others from the Hidden Dragon League. Humph, this group of shameless bastards. They really were hiding here. Lin Xian's face darkened. He snorted coldly. He didn't have a good impression of these people. However, their actions still surprised him because they grasped the timing too well. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. He even sneered. He still had another trump card in his hand. If they really dared to make a move, he would definitely teach them a bloody lesson. Murong Qingcheng also frowned slightly. These people were too despicable. They didn't make a move before, but now they only appeared when it was time to reap the rewards. They obviously wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. However, this was something that they had worked so hard to obtain. How could they give it away? The dozens of lights in the sky were very fast. In an instant, they were near the gold-ranked demonic beast. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others appeared. Jiang Yan glanced down and then smiled cruelly. Let's split up. You lead the others to kill the gold-ranked demonic beast. I'll take care of that brat. Don't worry, I'll bring back the falling star for you. Jiang Yan smiled evilly. Okay, I haven't killed a gold-ranked demonic beast yet. Tang Er also smiled coldly. Chapter 965. Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the rest of the Hidden Dragon League appeared near the gold-ranked beast. They looked at the pale Lin Xian and the weak gold-ranked beast and smiled cruelly. After some discussion, the two of them split up. Jiang Yan ran towards Lin Xian while Tang Er led Yao Bing and the rest towards the gold-ranked beast. Die, kid! Jiang Yan turned into a shooting star and rushed towards Lin Xian. On his body, a fiery red aura surged, turning into raging flames that burned fiercely. He was like a burning meteorite, rushing towards Lin Xian with great power. This time, Jiang Yan went all out and decided to take down Lin Xian in one move. Although Lin Xian was weak, the black light that he shot out was too terrifying. That kind of attack could seriously injure a gold-ranked beast. If Lin Xian used it again, Jiang Yan would not be able to block it. Therefore, he had to capture Lin Xian as soon as possible. Tang Er sneered and led Yao Bin and the rest to attack the gold-ranked beast. The gold-ranked beast was very weak at this moment. It was lying on the ground, and its eyes had lost its light. It did not have much combat power now, and could not block the attacks of Tang Er and the rest. How dare you! Seeing this scene, Murong Qingcheng also yelled out, a trace of anger appearing on her delicate little face. In the next moment, she decisively abandoned the gold-ranked beast and rushed towards Lin Xian. Compared to the gold-ranked beast, she was more concerned about Lin Xian's safety. Haha, Kidai, you dare to offend the Hidden Dragon League? You will suffer. Jiang Yan sneered and waved his hand quickly. A fiery red palm print fell from the sky with a mysterious flame. Fire God's palm. With a slap, the area within 100 miles was covered in a sea of fire. There were strange patterns on the huge red palm, and it emitted a scorching aura. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. Even though he was extremely weak right now, he wasn't someone who could be trampled on. With a cold snort, he was about to mobilize his cards to attack. However, at this moment, a figure flashed by. Like a purple phantom, Murong Qingcheng's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived beside Lin Xian. At the same time, her jade-like hands danced, and a purple mark quickly condensed. Sky-flipping seal. The terrifying purple palm print surged out again, as if it could shake the world. In the next moment, the terrifying purple palm and the crimson fire god's palm collided. Rumble. A terrifying sound rang out, resonating with heaven and earth, rumbling continuously. The fire god's palm was incomparably red, bringing with it endless heat waves that burned in all directions. This aura was no weaker than the flames on the 7th level of the Mountain of Flames, ordinary third heaven venerables would probably be instantly burned to ashes in the sea of fire. The purple sky-flipping seal was even more dazzling, for true dragons circled around it, releasing a mysterious aura. A powerful and terrifying force gushed out from the overturning heaven seal, causing the entire world to tremble. This attack was too terrifying. It was like a stormy sea, swift and fierce to the extreme. Bang! In this intense confrontation, a muffled groan was suddenly heard. In the next moment, a fiery red figure quickly retreating hundreds of feet in the air. Wherever it passed, it brought with it a sea of crimson lava. The purple light in the world dissipated, and the terrifying energy also quickly dissipated. Murong Qingqing was like a beautiful fairy, her long dress fluttering in the wind, cold and unparalleled. On the other hand, Jiang Yan retreated hundreds of feet. His arm was numb, and his face was full of horror. He was at a disadvantage in this attack and was directly sent flying. This was also when his opponent was in a state of exhaustion. Otherwise, he would have been in a worse state. One had to know that his opponent was in an intense battle with the gold-ranked beast, but she still had the energy to send him flying. It was really shocking. Jiang Yan's face was full of shock, and his expression was uncertain. His eyes flickered as he stared ahead, wondering if he should continue to attack. Although he was angry that he couldn't kill Lin Xian in a short period of time, at least he had restrained the two of them, giving Tang Er enough time to kill the gold-ranked beast. After Tang Er succeeded, he would gather all his forces to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Murong Qingqing could withstand his and Tang Er's fierce attacks. Although his idea was good, reality was cruel. Just as he and Murong Qingqing were attacking, Lin Xian didn't stay idle. He quickly withdrew his soul power and released the control of the gold-ranked beast. In the distance, Tang Er led Yao Bing and the rest to quickly surround the gold-ranked beast, grinning maliciously. Then a powerful aura gushed out from their bodies, and they were ready to attack with all their might. However, in the next moment, the gold-ranked beast lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. Its huge golden eyes shone with a terrifying light. The demonic aura that had originally disappeared quickly gathered and exploded. Without the control of the 10,000 beasting, the gold-ranked beast recovered. In an instant, it recovered from its weakened state to its peak, and even became more violent. With a fierce look in its eyes, the gold-ranked beast roared into the sky. It was furious. As the king of the demon slayer world, no one dared to provoke it. But now, two little martial artists had provoked it time and time again, and they had succeeded. They had almost killed it. This made it fall into an endless rage. Now, it had just recovered from its weakened state, and someone dared to come and kill it. This was intolerable. Only by killing these despicable humans in front of it could it calm the anger in its heart. Therefore, it attacked without mercy. Its huge golden claws and terrifying golden tail swept out, enveloping the surroundings. Instantly, Tang Er's face turned green. He didn't expect the weak, gold-ranked beast to recover and become even more violent than before. He was scared out of his wits. The gold-ranked beast had completely evolved and had no weaknesses. It was not something they could fight against. Yao Bin and the others were scared to the point of peeing their pants. Just the aura alone was enough to make their legs weak. They couldn't even stand straight, not to mention the terrifying golden claws. Run! Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. He screamed in fear and turned to run. Seeing this, the other Hidden Dragon League disciples all ran away. Tang Er's face was pale. He looked at the gold-ranked beast unwillingly, then turned into a wisp of green smoke and ran away. Although he didn't know why the gold-ranked beast recovered and made them lose the chance to kill it, he didn't have time to think about it. Running for his life was the most important thing. However, the gold-ranked beast was already furious. It swore to kill these despicable humans. How could it give Tang Er and the others a chance to escape? In the next moment, the huge golden claws quickly grew, covering the sky and slamming down. Golden light bloomed, and the sharp claws emitted a strong murderous aura and terrifying demonic aura. The sky, full of golden light, completely enveloped Tang Air and the others. The terrifying aura spread in all directions, covering the entire space. After a series of earth-shattering noises, Tang Air and the others flew out, vomiting blood. They were in a sorry state and had suffered heavy internal injuries. In the next moment, their bodies emitted a white light. Carrying endless grievances and unwillingness, they disappeared from the demon slayer world. Chapter 966. Tang Air, Yao Bin, and dozens of others were severely injured by the gold-ranked beast. They turned into white light and left the monster-slaying realm. This scene shocked everyone, especially Jiang Yan. He was completely stunned. This was not an outcome he had expected at all. He would never have thought that the extremely weak gold-ranked beast would suddenly recover and injure Tang Air and the others with a single slap. They were even sent out of the monster-slaying realm in the end. This was an extremely tragic outcome. It was even worse than death. This was because, once they left the monster-slaying realm, it meant that they had completely failed in the monster-slaying conference. All their previous efforts had been in vain. Even the monster blood pool at the end had nothing to do with those people. After all, they had fought so hard for the monster cores in order to obtain greater benefits from the monster blood pool at the end and increase their strength. However, they were now facing the danger of being sent out of the monster-slaying realm. He did not dare to take this risk again. Jiang Yan swallowed with difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. He glared at Lin Xian and the others with hatred, then rushed into the sky and quickly fled. Not to mention whether he could defeat Murong Qingcheng. The recovered gold-ranked beast was not something he could fight against. He did not want to be like Tang Air, who was severely injured by a single slap and then sent out. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. He turned around and quickly fled. If anyone was here and saw this scene, their jaws would drop. This was because Jiang Yan was a super powerhouse ranked 8th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, at this moment he had been scared away. It was unbelievable. In the distance, Qi Hao's expression was also ugly. However, at the same time he was extremely glad that he had not attacked with Jiang Yan and the others. Otherwise, he would have been sent out long ago. He looked deeply at Lin Xian and Yao Bin, then took a deep breath and quickly left with the warriors behind him. He did not dare to stay here for even a minute. Who knew if the other party had any terrifying trump cards? Although they looked incomparably weak, Qi Hao did not dare to have any ideas about them anymore. Tang Air was a very good example of this. Therefore, he quickly left with his people. Lin Xian looked at the backs of those people leaving, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He believed that the scene just now was definitely too shocking. He was afraid that these people would wake up from their dreams in the future. Murong Qingcheng also revealed a smile. Those despicable fellows had finally been scared away. Although the two of them were overjoyed, they did not let down their guard. Although there were no martial artists around, there was still a gold-ranked demonic beast eyeing them. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. If he could control a golden beast once, he could do it again, even though it would consume a lot of his energy. But for the gold demon core, he had no choice but to fight. What should we do? Should we continue? Murong Qingcheng asked. Of course we have to continue. Otherwise, all our previous efforts would have gone to waste. Besides, killing a gold-tier beast is something that makes me excited. Lin Xian smiled. If we succeed, we will be the first team in the history of Senma College to kill a gold-ranked monster. This reputation is probably even more shocking than the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. After all, the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard would change every time. The reputation of being the first to kill a gold-ranked monster would be forever recorded in history. Hearing this, Murong Qingcheng's delicate face also revealed a look of excitement. After that, the two of them discussed and prepared to kill the gold-ranked monster again. This time, Lin Xian directly released the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Marquis. He ordered them to keep an eye on the surroundings and not let any martial artists in. Lin Xian once again controlled the 10,000 bee sting and slowly walked toward the gold-ranked monster. Originally, after the gold-ranked monster had sent Tang Er and the others flying, its huge eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. It did not hide the murderous intent in its eyes. However, when Lin Xian took out the 10,000 bee sting again, the gold-ranked monster's body trembled and a look of fear appeared in its eyes. It would not forget the pain it had suffered before. The black light had directly destroyed its will. If it was not for the fact that the young man in front of it was too weak, it would have become a slave pet. Therefore, when it saw the shadow of the black cauldron, the gold-ranked monster's heart was filled with fear. It did not want to experience what had just happened again. Therefore, without hesitation, the gold-ranked monster turned and ran. It was a great contrast to its previous aggressive and overbearing appearance. However, since Lin Xian had already decided to kill it, he would not give it a chance to escape. In the next moment, he poured all of his remaining soul power into the 10,000 bee sting. Immediately, the latter vibrated and released a black light. A ball of energy surged out like a black lightning bolt and instantly entered the gold-ranked monster's body. Roar! The gold-ranked monster cried out in pain. Its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. However, it was quickly replaced by weakness. At this time, Murong Qingqing's expression was also serious. She once again used the sky-tumbling seal and quickly attacked the gold-ranked monster. The two of them worked together and finally killed the gold-ranked monster. Buzz! From the huge corpse, a golden heart quickly rose into the air and suspended in the air, emitting a dazzling golden light. Finally, the heart gradually condensed into a golden ball of light the size of a fist. It contained a terrifying amount of energy. Gold-ranked monster core. Looking at the golden ball of light, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. After working so hard for so long, he finally obtained the legendary gold-ranked monster core. This was probably the first gold-ranked monster core in the history of the monster-slaying world to appear in the hands of a human. With a wave of her hand, Murong Qingqing held the gold-ranked monster core in her hand. Then, in a flash, she came to Lin Xian's side. Looking at the monster core in front of them, the two of them were burning with excitement. Is this the gold-ranked monster core? It is indeed terrifying. The power it contains is not comparable to that of a silver-ranked monster core. Murong Qingqing exclaimed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was even more excited. He chuckled and said, "If this demon core were to appear, I reckon everyone would go crazy for it. Of course, I don't think anyone can resist the temptation of a gold-ranked monster core. Hee, but now it's ours. When they take it out at the monster blood pool, it will definitely scare a lot of people to death." Lin Xian smirked. Murong Qingqing covered her mouth and chuckled. This guy really likes to mess around. However, just as the two of them were cheering, something unexpected happened. The clouds in the sky rolled and spiritual energy gathered like a torrent. The wind and clouds changed color. Soon, the spiritual energy condensed into a row of golden words that appeared in the sky. When Lin Xian saw the words in the sky, he was instantly dumbfounded. Even Murong Qingqing was stunned. Shocking news! Congratulations to Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing for making history by becoming the first people to kill a gold-ranked monster. Your great achievements will be recorded in the monster-slaying world forever. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky with a dazed expression. Chapter 967. Breaking news! Congratulations to Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing for being the first to kill a gold-ranked beast. Your achievements will be forever recorded in the monster-slaying world. Everyone stared at the flashing golden words in the sky and fell into a daze. What's going on?" They were all stunned and had no idea what was going on. This had never happened in the monster-slaying world before. Could it be a prank? Someone did not believe it. That's a gold-ranked beast. How could it be killed? It's very possible. No one has ever killed a gold-ranked beast. And it's impossible this time either. Also, that Lin Xian seems to be a new student. How could he do it? Suddenly, countless voices of doubt were heard. However, not long after, the news of Lin Xian and the others attacking a gold-ranked beast's nest spread. There were many people attacking the nest this time, and most of them suffered great losses. Now that they heard the news, they were definitely unhappy. Therefore, they quickly spread the news. Jiang Yan, Qi Hao, and the others looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Others might not believe it, but they believed it. Not long ago, they saw with their own eyes Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing severely injuring a gold-ranked beast. With their skills, it should not be difficult for them to kill a gold-ranked beast. Thinking of this, their hearts were filled with hatred, especially Jiang Yan. He wanted to go back and snatch the gold-ranked beast core back. However, the fate of Tang Er and the others was still replaying in his mind. Moreover, the other party had the mysterious black light and the sky-flipping seal. That kind of killing move made him deeply fearful. Therefore, he did not dare to go back and snatch it. However, he did not plan to let Lin Xian go, so he quickly spread the news. What? Lin Xian really killed a gold-ranked beast. Gradually, many people found out the truth from the Hidden Dragon League. Then, their faces were filled with shock. They could not be blamed. This news was too shocking, and countless people were stunned. Soon, the news spread like crazy. In addition to the golden hand in the sky that lingered for a long time, everyone in the demon-slaying world knew about this news. In the mountains, a stalwart figure carrying a black longsword was walking slowly. His steps were very steady. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the distance of each step was exactly the same. This imposing figure was Dugu Outyin. He raised his head and looked at the flickering golden words in the sky, revealing a trace of a smile. Who would have thought that there would be such a person among the freshmen who could actually kill a gold-ranked beast? He muttered to himself in a low voice. His voice was unusually calm. It seemed that this news did not cause him much of a stir. Very quickly, he once again took steady steps towards the depths of the mountain. Dozens of silver-ranked demonic beast corpses were scattered around a lone peak that was 100 feet tall. Beside the corpses, there was a figure standing with his hands behind his back. Li Yunfei looked at the sky expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. However, those star-like eyes gradually emitted a sharpness. In the vast forest, Willow Lance looked at the golden words in the sky, and his face became extremely ferocious. Damn this guy! What kind of luck did he have to be able to kill a gold-ranked demonic beast? He was about to go crazy. He never thought that Lin Xian would have such an opportunity. Before he set off, he did not take Lin Xian seriously. He thought that as long as he met Lin Xian in the demon-slaying world, he could easily kick him out of the competition. However, although he had not met Lin Xian yet, there was news of him killing a gold-ranked demonic beast. That was a gold-ranked demonic beast. It was an overlord in the demon-slaying world. Even Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei had not killed one. However, a freshman had accomplished such a feat, and it was forever recorded in history. This made him angry and jealous at the same time. Young Master Lu, there's news. It said that this gold-ranked demonic beast has just advanced, and Lin Xian is not the only one who attacked the demonic beast's nest. Other than him, there's also Qi Hao, Jiang Yan, and Tang Er, who are among the top 10 on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. It's a large-scale attack. I think that kid must have snatched the gold-ranked demonic core in the chaos. Wei Long, who was next to him, received the report from his subordinate and quickly said, "Is the news reliable?" Willow Lance frowned and asked, "It's reliable. It's said that it came from the Hidden Dragon Society. They've sent out many people to find Lin Xian's whereabouts. I was wondering how strong that kid was. How could he kill a gold-ranked demonic beast? Now it seems that he was just lucky to have obtained the gold-ranked demonic core in the chaos. Willow Lance showed a hint of disdain. But this is good too. When I get rid of that kid, the gold-ranked demonic core will be mine. Thinking of this, he showed a hint of excitement, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, all the experts in the demon-slaying world received the news, and they all had various thoughts. Moreover, countless forces and teams quickly took action. It could be said that an undercurrent was surging. In fact, it was not only the people in the demon-slaying world who received the news. Senma College was also extremely shocked. Above the true Marshall Lake, the entire sky was suffused with a faint light like a mirror, showing what had happened in the demon-slaying world. However, the display only showed the last area of the demonic blood pool, but everyone saw the golden words that appeared in the sky. What? The gold-ranked demonic beast was killed? How is this possible? Isn't that the legendary most powerful demonic beast in the demon-slaying world? I'm not sure, but I'm very curious about what the golden words are. Could it be man-made? No, it should be automatically formed by the demon-slaying world. It can be said to be a symbol of glory, a senior student said with a serious expression. So that means that the news is true. Many people exclaimed, their faces full of shock. They did not expect that the overlord of the demon-slaying world would be killed, and it was done by 2 freshmen. Damn, this Lin Xian is too strong, isn't he? He can even kill a gold-ranked demonic beast? That's equivalent to a 4th heaven venerable. Murong Qingqing, my goddess, is indeed incomparably powerful. Shocking news, if it was really done by Lin Xian, his strength would probably surpass Li Yunfei and Dugu Outyanright. Not necessarily. Maybe there's something we don't know. The group of people discussed animatedly. In a corner of the true Marshall Lake, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited and quickly cheered. Brother Xian, it's really Brother Xian. Brother Xian's name actually appeared in the demon-slaying world. F***CK. Brother Xian actually did such a big thing. He's really strong. It seems that he's going to be recorded in history this time. Chapter 968. So what if they're in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard? Let's see if they can kill a gold beast. Did you see that? Brother Xian is the boss of our Dragon Sword Pavilion. We're recruiting. Our Dragon Sword Pavilion is recruiting. The boss is Lin Xian, who just killed a gold beast and was recorded in history. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is now opening up 100 spots for members. It's first come, first served. Don't miss this opportunity. Wang Li began to lead the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to recruit people on the spot. Needless to say, the effect was particularly good. In an instant, many people ran over. The others were discussing animatedly, and the entire true Marshall Lake was noisy. This news was too shocking. Even the demon-slaying world had a strange phenomenon. It could be said that this was something that had never happened before. And Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, who had entered the historical records, had become true influential figures in Senma College at this moment. In the sky, on the huge red feather, a few elders were also surprised. There's actually someone who can kill a gold beast? And it's a freshman? Did the demon-slaying world make a mistake? No, I just took a look. The gold beast that was killed had just advanced. Just advanced? But even so, it's not something that those people can fight against, right? A few elders were also discussing quickly, their faces full of doubt. Obviously, these elders were still very doubtful about Lin Xian's ability to kill a gold beast. I wonder if it's possible to show the scene when they killed it? An elder asked. Yes, but it'll take some time. I'm afraid it's impossible now. Perhaps we can only show it after the demon slaying conference ends. But don't forget that Lin Xian has Murong Qingqing by his side. That's the little princess of the Morong family. I think she must have some kind of killing weapon in her hands to be able to kill a gold beast. Hearing this, a few elders nodded in agreement. They were also paying special attention to Morong Chingcheng. After all, she was the little princess of the Morong family. In front of them, Dean Xian also nodded slightly. Not bad indeed. Hearing Headmaster Xian's words, the elders stopped their discussion. Dean, where did this brat come from? He can actually walk together with the little princess of the Morong family. As far as I know, that little girl has very high standards. That's right. Besides, the Wanxiang auction was destroyed. With Prince Ling Feng's strength, he would have sent people over as well. Fortunately, you secretly stopped him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this brat wouldn't even be able to participate in this demon-slaying conference. The elders shifted the topic to Lin Xian. Headmaster Xian stood with her hands behind her back and said calmly, "Maybe he is the one we are waiting for." "What? It's him. Is this true? I always thought it was just a rumor." "That's right. Does that person really exist?" Several elders were moved. "It shouldn't be wrong," Xian Shuazhang said slowly. "Next, we have to pay close attention to him. We can't let those old monsters attack him. As for the younger generation, let them deal with it themselves. If he can't even solve these problems, then we don't have to have any expectations for him. Don't worry, Dean. Our Senma College is not to be trifled with. They think that they can control the entire Sky Martial continent just because they have the support of foreign powers." Another elder snorted coldly. "Things are not that bad. At least before the internal strife ends, there won't be too much of a riot," Headmaster Xian said in a deep voice. "However, this won't take too long. At least 3 to 5 years, at most 10 years. I'm afraid that the outcome will be decided. And if the other party succeeds, then the Sky Martial continent will also welcome a disaster, just like the current Tianan region." Another elder frowned. "Yes, if the other party succeeds, then the Sky Martial continent's outcome will be the same as the Tianan region, or even worse. This is also why we can't rashly help the Tianan region. Currently, with our strength, we can't directly clash with the foreign powers." "What about the Tianan region?" an elder asked. "Just keep a close eye on them. There's no need to do anything. We can give them some resources to help. Don't worry, the Tianan region is not so easy to deal with." A few elders quickly discussed from Lin Xian's identity to the situation in the Tianan region. It seemed that the Sky Martial continent was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. However, Lin Xian did not know any of this. At this moment, he was already dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky. Morong Chingcheng was also stunned. Her delicate little face was filled with doubt. "What does this mean?" Lin Xian asked with a pale face. "I think it's because we created history and triggered the demon-slaying phenomenon," Morong Chingcheng said. "After all, she came from the House of Kings and had seen many things." "Phenomenon?" Lin Xian frowned. "That means that this thing was seen by everyone. It should be." Morong Chingcheng laughed bitterly. F***CK. Hearing this news, Lin Xian jumped up. What was a gold demon beast? It was the overlord of the demon-slaying world. Moreover, it contained an extremely precious gold demon core. That was something that everyone would covet. Now, the news of him having a gold demon core had actually spread. Moreover, it was known to everyone. This put him in an extremely dangerous situation. One had to know that this thing attracted not only Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others, but also Li Yun Fei, Dego Ao Tian, and the others. If those people made a move, with Lin Xian's current state, he would not be able to contend against them. Even if it was not those super experts, other warriors would group up to find trouble with him. It would also give him a headache. Originally, he wanted to secretly hide the gold demon core and wait until the demon blood pool to take it out to shock the world. However, he did not expect that the demon-slaying world would directly announce the news of him having a gold demon core. Damn it! Lin Xian's face was ugly. He turned around and left. He was now extremely weak. He had to find a safe place to recover. Then, the two of them quickly left the area. At the same time, the entire demon-slaying world began to move. An extremely oppressive aura quickly spread. Countless forces were mobilized to search for Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. In the eyes of everyone, the two of them were more tempting than any demon beast lair. After all, the gold lair was a forbidden area. Ordinary people did not dare to enter it. However, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were different. According to the information they received, the two of them had snatched the gold demon core in the chaos. Therefore, as long as they could find Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, they believed that they would be able to snatch the gold demon core. For a time, all the teams in the demon-slaying world began to move. They swore to find Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. However, after searching for a few days, they did not find any trace of them. The two of them seemed to have disappeared and did not appear again. Chapter 969. This made everyone extremely disappointed. After all, the demon-slaying world was still very big. If the two of them really wanted to hide, they would not be able to find each other at all without 10 days to half a month. If that was the case, it would take too much time. They could not just find the two of them. They had to find other monster lairs on the way to prepare for the demon blood pool. Therefore, they did not have much time at all. For a time, many people decided to give up the search. Bang! When Willow Lance heard the news, he waved his fist angrily and blew up a mountain in front of him. Countless gravel splashed like a meteor shower, falling around Willow Lance. Willow Lance's face was ferocious, and his whole body exuded a terrifying aura. Damn thief! Too cowardly! How dare he hide? Willow Lance was very angry. These days, he had sent his men to quickly search for him, but no matter how hard he searched, there was no result at all. This drove him crazy. If he could not find Lin Xian, he could not get the golden demon core. Young Master Lu, I have an idea that might be able to force him out, Wei Long said quickly. What is it? Hearing this, Willow Lance raised his eyebrows. According to the information we have, Lin Xian is not acting alone. In addition to Murong Qingqing, there are also Su Yu and the double ghosts of black and white in his team. If they can team up with Lin Xian, their relationship must be extraordinary. If we can catch those people, I think Lin Xian will definitely come out. Hearing this, Willow Lance's eyes lit up, revealing a terrifying look. Good idea. I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, young Master Lu. It will definitely succeed, Wei Long said and patted his chest. Next, Wei Long left with some elite disciples of the Spear God Society and began to catch the double ghosts of black and white, Su Yu and the others. In a remote valley, two figures were sitting cross-legged quietly. These two people were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. They quickly left the area that day and came to this remote valley to meditate. They ignored everything that happened in the outside world. The two of them were not injured, but they had expended too much energy. Therefore, after recuperating for 2 days, they had both recovered. However, the two of them did not leave. Instead, they continued to stay in the valley. This battle had given them a lot of inspiration, especially Lin Xian. Cliff was currently undergoing a transformation. To be exact, his soul power had been greatly enhanced. When he was controlling the 10,000 bee sting, his soul power was almost completely depleted. However, this process also tempered and improved his soul power. Originally, Lin Xian's soul force was equivalent to a Tier 5 alchemist, but now his soul force had risen to the level of a Tier 6 alchemist. He was even at the pinnacle of Tier 6 alchemists. Even a martial artist at the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm might not have a soul power as strong as his. This was extremely good news to him. After all, after he entered the Exalt Realm, it wasn't just his body that had been tempered. even his soul had been greatly nourished. The so-called martial soul actually contained the power of the soul. However, soul power was extremely difficult to cultivate. It would only increase naturally as one's realm increased. Other than that, other ordinary exalts did not have any good methods. However, Lin Xian was different. As an alchemist, his soul power was already strong. Moreover, he had a way to cultivate his soul power. Now, through the 10,000 life cauldron, his soul power had greatly increased. As a result, although his cultivation did not increase, his strength had increased by a lot. Moreover, his great dragon sword soul had also been nourished and became even stronger than before. As for alchemy, Lin Xian should be able to completely refine Tier 6 alchemy pills. He could even attempt to refine Tier 7 alchemy pills. Tier 6 alchemy pills were already very precious, and Tier 7 alchemy pills were even rarer. Every single one of them was very valuable. It could be said that a Tier 7 alchemist status was extraordinary. As for Lin Xian, he was very close to becoming a Tier 7 alchemist. This battle was too worth it. Not only did he obtain a gold demon core, but his strength had also increased. This made him feel very good. Lin Xian stood up and felt the increase in attack power of the great dragon sword soul. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then he turned his head to the side. Beside him, there was a beautiful figure. Right then, Murong Qingchen opened her eyes as well, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Looks like you've had a breakthrough." Lin Xian smiled. "Yes, I've gained some insights." Murong Qingchen twirled her hair. "Why do I feel like you've gained more than me?" She glared at Lin Xian coquettishly. "Hee, it's okay." Lin Xian scratched his head and said, "We've been in this valley for a long time. Why don't we go out and have a look?" "Whatever you say," Murong Qingchen said. Then the two of them turned into two streaks of light and rushed into the sky. They knew that if they stayed in the valley, no one would be able to discover them. This was a very safe choice for them. Moreover, the two of them had enough demon cores. However, Lin Xian chose to leave. No matter how many demon cores he had to pass the last guardian to enter the demon blood pool. If he couldn't pass the guardian, the precious gold demon cores in his hands would become a pile of useless stones. Therefore, no matter how dangerous it was outside, he had to go to the last guardian. Lin Xian took out the map and identified the direction. Then he flew towards the north. There was a big canyon there. That was the place where they had agreed to meet with the twin ghosts of Black and White and Suyu. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of the canyon. Then they swayed their bodies and descended. At this moment, there were 4 figures waiting anxiously beside the canyon. Suddenly, they heard the sound of something breaking through the air above them. They immediately looked up. When they saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingchen, Suyu and the others exclaimed in joy, "Junior brother Lin, junior sister Murong, you're fine." "That's great." Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. The other 3 were also excited. They had also seen the big golden words in the sky and knew that Lin Xian and Murong Qingchen had killed a gold demon beast. In their eyes, this was a miracle. However, while Suyu and the others were excited, they also looked worried. Lin Xian looked around and didn't see the twin ghosts of Black and White. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did those 2 go out to rob again?" Junior brother Lin, Suyu, and the others looked like they wanted to say something. "What's wrong?" Seeing their expressions, Lin Xian frowned. "Senior sister Su, we're all on the same side. If you have something to say, just say it," Murong Qingchen said. "The twin ghosts of Black and White might be in danger," Suyu said worriedly. "What happened?" "Senior sister Su, tell me in detail." Hearing that the twin ghosts of Black and White were in danger, Lin Xian's face darkened. Chapter 970. It's like this. The news of the 2 of you killing a gold-ranked beast has spread throughout the monster-slaying world. Everyone knows that you have a gold-ranked demon core. Moreover, after the Hidden Dragon Society spread rumors, everyone thinks that the two of you snatched the gold-ranked demon core during the chaos. So, countless forces want to find the two of you and snatch the gold-ranked demon core from you. However, they've been looking for you for many days and haven't found you. Many people have given up. Then, a force called the Spear Society started hunting us and the black-white double demons. They probably heard some news and wanted to catch us and force you out. The black-white double demons went out alone to lure them away to protect us. It's been more than a day. I don't know what's going on with them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. Murong Qingqing's face also turned cold. What kind of force is the Spear Society? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. This was because he didn't remember having any interactions with the Spear Society. The Spear Society is an organization founded by Willow Lance, who's ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Willow Lance. Lin Xian frowned. Then he remembered that before the monster-slaying conference started, a guy with a blood-red spear on his back had come to find trouble with him. He wasn't in the academy at that time. That person had injured Dongfang Xiong and the others and left. He didn't expect that person to appear again. Willow Lance, right? Let's settle the old and new grudges together. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A sharp sword light flashed in his eyes. Willow Lance had hurt the people around him more than once and had crossed his bottom line. This time he didn't plan to let them go. Lin Xian didn't expect that someone would kidnap the people around him to threaten him. This had crossed his bottom line. Therefore, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Do you know where they went? Lin Xian asked. He was a little worried. Since the other party dared to capture the black-white double demons, it meant that they had the confidence to do so. Therefore, he had to find the black-white double demons as soon as possible. At that time, they ran east. As for what happened later, I don't know. Suyu said, after separating from the black-white double ghosts, they had been waiting in the canyon, so they were not very clear about what had happened outside. Don't worry, we'll just head east to search, Lin Xian comforted. Then, they quickly got up and flew toward the east. Along the way, they passed by a stronghold. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing did not enter, while Suyu and the others went in to quickly gather information. Not long after, they came out. How is it? Did you hear anything useful? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I found the black-white double demons. They're trapped in the White Bone Mountain. Suyu and the others had strange expressions on their faces. White Bone Mountain. Do you know the location? Let's hurry over. We know the location, but there are some changes, Suyu said. The black-white double demons injured the people who were chasing them, but they didn't leave. Instead, they directly challenged Willow Lance. Now, many people have heard the news. At this moment, many warriors are flying toward the White Bone Mountain. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched slightly. These two guys were really bold. However, after these days of interaction, he knew the black-white double demons' way of doing things. They were not people who would take any losses. After being chased for so long, they must be very angry. It was reasonable for them to challenge Willow Lance. It seemed that these two guys would be fine in the short term. Lin Xian and the others were relieved. Junior brother Lin, I think you shouldn't go. After all, they caught us to lure you out. This time the battle between the black-white double demons and Willow Lance will definitely attract a lot of people. If you go, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Don't worry, Senior Sister Sue. We can even kill a golden demon beast. Why should we be afraid of those people? Lin Xian smiled. To be honest, he was not very worried now because he was not afraid of those people before. Now that his strength had increased again, he was even less worried. If someone is stupid, I'll let him know how I got my golden demon core. Suyu and the others smiled bitterly. She found that the people around her were not people who would suffer losses. However, she also knew that Lin Xian had the right to say such words. Moreover, the people from the Spear God Society were really too much. If it were not for her strength, she would also want to teach them a lesson. Then the group went on their way and flew toward the White Bone Mountain. The White Bone Mountain was a very famous mountain in the demon-slaying world. Because it was made of white bones, the huge white bones were more terrifying and spectacular than real boulders. Rumor had it that the White Bone Mountain was actually the corpse of a demon beast. However, not many people believed it because the White Bone Mountain was too high. It was thousands of feet high, and it was a continuous mountain range. If it was really the corpse of a demon beast, then the demon beast was too terrifying. A demon beast that was thousands of feet high. What kind of demon beast was it? No one had ever heard of it. However, this did not affect the reputation of the White Bone Mountain at all, because the demon blood pool was just behind the White Bone Mountain. Moreover, the 3 legendary gatekeepers were also in the White Bone Mountain. However, the 3 gatekeepers should be in the depths of the White Bone Mountain. At least those who were in the 3rd leg would not have the chance to see them. Usually, the White Bone Mountain was surrounded by ghost cry and the demon chi was thick. There were not many people, but now it was very lively. At this moment, countless warriors were heading toward the White Bone Mountain. All of them were very excited. In the middle of the mountain, there was a vast flat area, and this was the place where the most warriors were. In the middle of the flat area stood 2 figures, one black and one white. They were the black-white double ghosts. Opposite them was a man with a blood-red spear on his back, who was sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by a group of warriors from the Spear Club, all of them looking serious. Outside were the other warriors who had come to watch the fight. The warriors looked at the scene and discussed animatedly. They were very excited. The black-white double ghosts were very famous, and everyone knew about them. Willow Lance was even more impressive. As a super expert ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign list, he could be said to be very powerful. The battle between the 2 of them could be said to have attracted everyone's attention. In an instant, all kinds of discussions broke out, all of them discussing the upcoming battle. Although the black-white double ghosts are powerful, they are overestimating themselves if they want to challenge Willow Lance. What do you know? Back then, they dared to challenge Li Yunfei before they went into seclusion. Now that they have come out of seclusion, what's the fuss about challenging Willow Lance? These 2 are also big dark horses. I wonder if they will succeed in their challenge? Chapter 971. Just as these people were discussing, the black-white double demons snorted. Lu, are you going to fight or not? Black Sauce snorted. You're so slow, just like a woman. The white demon also shouted, that's right. You've been here for so long, but you're just sitting there. Are you going to fight or not? Hearing this, Willow Lance slowly opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings. Then he said calmly, No hurry, wait a little longer. He sneered. He would not fight until he saw the person he wanted to see. Seeing this, the black demon was also angry. He shouted, Lu, don't think that I don't know what you're planning. That's right. Didn't you capture us to lure Lin Xian out? The white demon also shouted. However, I suspect that you're out of your mind. Lin Xian can even kill a gold-tier beast. You dare to provoke such a person? Aren't you looking for death? Kill a gold-tier beast. Willow Lance sneered disdainfully. He's just a kid who took advantage of the chaos. What's so great about him? If he dares to come over, I'll stab him to death with my spear. His eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered. Since you know why I'm here, that's great. If you know where that kid is hiding, you'd better tell me obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. At least, before that kid shows up, I won't let you die so easily. Willow Lance's voice was ferocious. Don't talk big. It's not too late to say these words. After you capture us, the black-white double demons did not back down. For a moment, the 2 forces confronted each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They did not expect that Willow Lance was chasing the black-white double demons to lure Lin Xian out. Most of the people here had participated in the mission to find Lin Xian. However, he hid very well. They could not find him after a few days, so they gave up. However, they did not expect that Willow Lance would not give up. Instead, he came up with another way to lure Lin Xian out. However, their gazes soon became fiery. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle between the twin ghosts of Black and White and the Willow Lance would begin here. In other words, Lin Xian could appear here at any time. Thinking of this, their hearts burned with passion. That was because Lin Xian had a gold demon core, which was an extremely precious item. There was probably only one in the entire demon-slaying world that was in the hands of a human. For a time, countless martial artists were excited. Although they might not be able to defeat Lin Xian, that might not be the case in the midst of chaos. If Lin Xian could snatch the gold demon core in the midst of the chaos, then they could also snatch it back from Lin Xian in the midst of the chaos. At the thought of this, countless people transmitted their voices and quickly gathered their teammates, ready to attack at any moment. Two figures stood on top of the mountain in the distance, looking down like gods and demons. That's the black-white double demons that challenged you. A stalwart man with a black long sword on his back said, "That's right, it's them. After their defeat last time, they went into seclusion. I didn't expect them to appear at the demon-slaying gathering this time." On the other side, a handsome young man said with his hands behind his back, "Their strength has increased a lot after coming out of seclusion this time. However, it seems like there's still no match for Willow Lance." The two people who spoke were Dugo Outyin and Li Yunfei. The battle had attracted the two of them, but they did not appear in the belly of the mountain like the others. Instead, they came to the high mountain peak. Looking down from there, they had a panoramic view of everything below. Willow Lance is indeed much stronger. Looking at his vitality, he must have practiced the Furious Dragon Spear technique to the great accomplishment stage. However, it still doesn't seem to be enough to deal with the gatekeeper. Dugo Outyin said in a deep voice. Li Yunfei also sighed. He did not know what Red Buddha was doing, but he did not participate in the demon-slaying gathering this time. Originally, with his strength as the third on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, he should be able to fight against a gatekeeper. However, he did not appear. Is Willow Lance really going to be the third candidate to fight against the gatekeeper? Li Yunfei frowned slightly. This gatekeeper's challenge was related to whether or not they could enter the final demonic blood pool. There could not be any mistakes. Willow Lance is a little reluctant. If it doesn't work out, let him and Chi Hao fight against the third gatekeeper together. Although it won't be a perfect pass, it's still much better than failing. A perfect pass meant that they would be able to obtain the most benefits from the demonic blood pool. However, if there were more people fighting against the gatekeeper, the benefits in the demonic blood pool would decrease. Therefore, a 3-on-3 was the most ideal choice. However, if it did not work out, they could only go 4-on-3. Actually, there's another choice, Dugo Outyin said. You mean Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing? Li Yunfei frowned. I know you have some friction with that kid, but I have to admit that both of them are strong. At the very least, they were able to kill a gold-colored beast. I think they must have some trump cards up their sleeves. I think that the chances of Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing fighting against the last gatekeeper are higher than Willow Lance and Chi Hao. Hearing this, Li Yunfei raised his eyebrows. His eyes were filled with surprise. He did not expect Dugo Outyin to have such a high opinion of Lin Xian. However, when Lin Xian was mentioned, he did feel a little uncomfortable. Before the demonic slaying conference, he did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. He thought that Lin Xian was just an ant that wanted to get close to Murong Qingqing to gain some benefits. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to kill a gold-colored beast in such a short period of time. It was even recorded in the history of the demonic slaying world. The difference between before and after was too great. Even he was shocked when he found out. Let's wait and see. Li Yunfei took a deep breath. Anyway, this battle is to lure that kid out. I think it won't be long before Lin Xian and Willow Lance fight. At that time, whoever wins will take on the task of fighting the third gatekeeper. All right, Dugu Out Yen nodded. The two of them did not say anything else and looked down again. Below, the black-white double ghosts could not take it anymore. They roared angrily and their auras quickly exploded. Two extremely powerful forces surged out and quickly swept out in all directions. Immediately, the surrounding people cried out in surprise and kept retreating. Their eyes were filled with shock. As expected of the black-white double ghosts, they're really fierce. Judging by their auras, they probably have the strength of the top 10 on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. They're too strong. No wonder they dared to challenge Willow Lance. Their auras are not bad. Indeed, they have the qualifications to enter the top 10 on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. However, you have no chance of winning against me. Willow Lance sneered disdainfully. Then he slowly stood up. The chi and blood in his body churned like an angry dragon roaring and gushing out quickly. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions as if a peerless beast was quickly awakening. Chapter 972. So powerful. The surrounding warriors trembled and quickly retreated. The aura was so strong that it made it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if the spiritual power in their bodies had been frozen. The black-white double demons were also shocked. They did not expect Willow Lance's aura to be so powerful. It seemed that he had improved greatly during this time. Although they were shocked, they were not afraid. They even dared to challenge Li Yunfei and the others, let alone Willow Lance, who was ranked 4th. With a roar, the black-white double demons fought back with all their might. Black chi gushed out of the black demon's body and formed a black moon behind him. The white demon shouted, and a white silk snake quickly formed beside her. It was ferocious and terrifying. Then, the two of them launched 2 attacks at the willow spear. A 300-meter-long crescent-shaped sword chi suddenly slashed down from the sky with unparalleled power. It was extremely sharp. The white demon waved her hand and her spiritual power surged. Her body emitted a white light and palm shadows danced in the air like white spiritual snakes. The black-white double ghosts attacked together, unleashing terrifying attacks as they rushed towards Lu Chong. You're just an ant. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? Willow Lance sneered and pulled out the blood-red spear from his back. The moment he held the spear, endless blood-red light gushed out of his body. It was as if thousands of blood-red rainbows were rushing in all directions. Then Willow Lance raised his blood-red spear and stabbed it out. The spear was like a stunning rainbow and was as fast as blood-red lightning. It was extremely sharp. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided and made a shocking sound. Endless light flashed and formed a rain of light that fell quickly. After the attack, the black-white double demons turned pale and took 3 steps back. Their eyes were filled with shock. On the other hand, Willow Lance stood with his spear like a rock. There was obvious disdain on his face. So powerful. This aura is definitely not an ordinary 3rd-level honorable. Many people exclaimed, "Is this the power of the 4th on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard?" Jiang Yen looked at Willow Lance in front of him and said in a serious tone. On the other side, Chi Hao's brows were tightly knitted together. This fellow's strength has become stronger again. How is this possible? He was simply too shocked. As a super powerhouse ranked 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, he often battled with Willow Lance. Therefore, he was very clear about the strength of Willow Lance. In the past, Willow Lance was not as strong as it was now. This fellow is too terrifying. Chi Hao felt his scalp go numb. The twin ghosts of black and white were even more shocked. Their arms were numb, and the immense power caused their blood to churn. Their eyes were filled with shock. Although they had the combat strength of the top 10 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, they had not been able to withstand the blow and had almost vomited blood. The gap between them was too big. Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with fury, and their entire being became extremely ferocious. They couldn't bear it. They couldn't accept this fact. After all, their ultimate goal after coming out of seclusion was Li Yunfei. However, they couldn't even defeat the fourth-ranked Willow Lance. So how could they challenge Li Yunfei? The two of them looked at each other, and then the aura in their bodies began to become strange. "I don't believe that you can take this blow from us," Black Demon said through gritted teeth. "Use whatever moves you have. Don't worry, I won't kill you, at least not before that kid comes." Willow Lance's voice was cold as he looked down at the two of them. The twin ghosts of Black and White did not say anything else. Instead, they quickly circulated the spiritual power in their bodies. In the next moment, the two of them did not hesitate and quickly summoned their martial souls. Balls of black aura surged out of Black Demon's body and merged with the Black Moon. The white phosphorus serpent beside the white fiend also became more solid. It was lifelike, like a real demon king. In the next moment, the two of them shouted and quickly connected. The black and white aura in their bodies merged and formed a yin-yang diagram. Suddenly, an even more terrifying power was released. "You have this technique? Your power has indeed increased, but it's still useless against me." Willow Lance sneered disdainfully. "Whether it's useful or not, you'll find out soon enough." Black Demon snorted, then shouted, "Merge!" Along with this sound, the two martial artists collided quickly and then emitted endless black and white light. The black and white light was so dazzling that everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. However, judging from the aura fluctuations, the two of them must have used their ultimate moves. This was because the aura emitted by the two of them was no weaker than Willow Lance's. Soon, under everyone's attention, the black and white aura quickly disappeared. Then, a behemoth appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the figure in front of them, everyone was stunned. How is this possible? How did they do it? Everyone was shocked, and disbelief was written all over their faces. Even Willow Lance was shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Martial soul fusion? They can actually fuse their martial souls. Willow Lance was indeed shocked because the two of them had fused their martial souls and formed a black and white dragon. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked, and their eyes almost popped out. Martial soul fusion. They had never seen such a technique before. Moreover, it was needless to say that this technique was very terrifying because the white-scaled snake from before had turned into a dragon at this moment, and its strength should have increased by a lot. As expected of the black and white double demons, they can even think of such a fierce move. No wonder he dared to challenge Willow Lance. This martial soul fusion technique can maximize the strength of both of them. I think his strength now is not much weaker than Willow Lance's. Many people were discussing and were extremely excited. Lu Chang, on the other hand, recovered from his initial shock. He looked at the black and white serpent and sneered. Transforming a snake into a dragon. It is indeed a good technique. However, you have challenged the wrong person. No matter how powerful you are still a dragon. How can you compare to a real dragon? Willow Lance said coldly with a trace of sharpness in his voice. In the next moment, Ah clenched his blood-red spear, and a scarlet light emerged from his body. A strange pattern appeared on the spear, exuding a sharp aura. Willow Lance also roared angrily. Angry Dragon Spear Technique. The spear pierced out like an angry dragon, and the terrifying spear light turned into a blood-red dragon, roaring in the air. On the opposite side, the black and white double demons also roared and jointly controlled the black and white dragon in the sky to spiral down. Rumble. In the end, the two attacks collided, and a terrifying vibration sounded, shaking the whole world. The huge mountain of white bones shook as if it would collapse at any time. The terrifying spiritual power was vast and mighty, and the surrounding martial artists were blown away. This attack was too terrifying, as if it could destroy the world. Then, two screams sounded, and the black and white double demons flew back, vomiting blood. Their faces were extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with horror. Chapter 973. In front of them, the black and white dragon became dim and weak, as if it would dissipate at any moment. On the other hand, the crimson dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely ferocious and could tear everything apart. Seeing this, everyone knew that the black-white double ghosts had lost. Although their martial soul fusion was very strange and powerful, Willow Lance was even more powerful. His raging dragon spear technique had reached the greater success stage and was extremely powerful. The spear was like a crimson dragon, extremely terrifying. At this moment, the crimson dragon roared and blasted the black and white dragon away. Then it pounced on the black-white double ghosts in an even more ferocious manner. In an instant, the crimson spear was in front of the black-white double ghosts and was about to pierce them. If the spear pierced them, the black-white double ghosts would definitely be teleported out of the monster-slaying world. Many people exclaimed. They didn't expect the black-white double ghosts to be so powerful. In the end, they were still defeated. Not only that, they might even bid farewell to the monster-slaying world. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, a purple light curtain appeared beside the black-white double ghosts and completely enveloped them. Not only that, but there was also a sword chi in the void. It was like a shocking rainbow that slashed toward the crimson dragon. Boom! The two collided again with an earth-shattering sound. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the black-white double ghosts had the purple light curtain to protect them, blocking all the energy impact. As for the incomparably powerful blood-colored dragon, it was also blocked by the mysterious sword chi. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They thought that the black-white double ghosts were going to leave the monster-slaying world completely. However, at the last moment, there was a shocking reversal. The black-white double ghosts were pale. Looking at the scene in front of them, they heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, brat, you're finally here. But you shouldn't have come. They naturally knew who attacked. There was only one person who could unleash such a powerful sword chi. Although they were happy, they were also worried at the same time. Willow Lance was also shocked. A cold light bloomed in his eyes. He stared at the void and said coldly, "You actually dare to appear. How dare you? Didn't you do so much to lure me out? Now that I'm here, you can come at me." A deep voice with a trace of coldness was heard. "Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian." Hearing this sound, someone cried out in alarm. What? Lin Xian? He actually dared to come out. Doesn't he know that Willow Lance is trying to capture him? That's too stupid. Isn't doing that tantamount to sending a sheep into a tiger's den? Not necessarily. Just now, he blocked Willow Lance's attack. Maybe he has the strength to contend against Willow Lance. Everyone was discussing animatedly, but without exception, they were all very excited. Above the clouds, at the peak of the mountain, Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei narrowed their eyes and said in a low voice, "He's finally here. Let me see if you're qualified to challenge the third keeper." Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei's hearts were also focused, because this battle was related to who would be able to challenge the last guardian. Below, the void rippled, and two figures quickly appeared. They were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. The moment Lin Xian appeared, the surrounding martial artists all held their breaths, their eyes blazing with a fiery light. Many greedy eyes looked up at the sky. One had to know that Lin Xian had a golden demon core in his hands. Although everyone was excited, no one dared to make a move because Lin Xian's attack was too terrifying. Other than Willow Lance, no one would be able to block it. However, they were not completely without a chance. As long as Lin Xian and Willow Lance fought, in the end, both sides might be injured. As long as the situation was chaotic, they would be able to make a move. Therefore, everyone suppressed the excitement in their hearts and waited patiently. At the same time, they also wanted to know if Lin Xian really had the strength to contend against Willow Lance. In the crowd, Jiang Yan saw Lin Xian's figure and immediately snorted coldly, his face gloomy. It was because of that despicable brat that their hidden dragon society lost more than 10 elite disciples, and even Tang Er was chased out of the monster-slaying realm. Moreover, he had to escape in a sorry state. Therefore, he would definitely take revenge. Brat, you've finally come out. I've been looking for you for a long time. Willow Lance stared at Lin Xian and sneered. But you're really stupid. You were forced out by such a small trick. How boring. You think too much. I'm not here because of your trick. Lin Xian said coldly, You dared to attack the people around me twice. Do you think I let you go? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts beat wildly. Lin Xian was too domineering. Being forced out and taking the initiative to take revenge were two different things. The former was forced out and had no choice but to come out. The latter only did so because he was confident and had the strength. Obviously, Lin Xian was here today for revenge. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Willow Lance's face also darkened. He said coldly, You're really a sharp-tongued brat. But no matter what you say, you won't change the fact that you'll be defeated by me. If you obediently hand over the Golden Demon Core and Lone Star Sword, I'll give you a quick death. Cut the crap. Lin Xian interrupted. I won't give you a chance to beg for mercy. With that, he pulled out the Lone Star Sword. The sword vibrated and countless sword shadows appeared, filling the entire sky and emitting a terrifying light. A shocking sword aura shot up and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, Lin Xian was incomparably cold. He was indeed angry. His opponent's actions had made him feel ashamed and angry. Therefore, he did not intend to hold back in this battle. Feeling the sharp sword aura emanating from Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing also wanted to retreat with the twin ghosts of Black and White, Suyu and the others. The twin ghosts of Black and White clutched their chests and said with difficulty, Let that brat deal with Willow Lance by himself. Why don't you go and help him? Don't worry, he can do it. Murong Qingqing smiled. On the other hand, Willow Lance's face completely darkened. A newborn and dared to draw his sword at him. This was a complete provocation. Moreover, as one of Prince Lingfeng's men, he would not let Lin Xian go. Therefore, no matter what, Lin Xian must die today. Die, brat! Willow Lance gripped the blood-red spear tightly and then stabbed it out. This spear was extremely sharp. The terrifying spear light pierced through the sky and lit up the entire sky. The clouds in all directions were shaken away, and a huge crack appeared in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Everyone was terrified and dumbfounded. Just how powerful did it take to pierce through the sky with a single spear? At this moment, Willow Lance completely exploded. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was vigorous like a real dragon. His entire body emitted a blood-red light that was extremely hot. A pair of big hands gripped the blood-red spear tightly and stabbed it quickly. It had to be said that Willow Lance was too powerful. He was far from being comparable to Jiang Yan, Tang Er, and the others. This was a true super powerhouse. This spear was very fast. It was like a blood-red lightning bolt that pierced through the sky and stabbed at Lin Xian. Chapter 974. Die, brat! You dared to touch my friend and angered me. So you'll be the one to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He held the Lone Star Sword tightly and slashed out fearlessly. Boom! A terrifying collision sound was heard as the entire space exploded. The blood-red spear light and sharp sword chi were everywhere in the void as if the world was about to be destroyed. The entire sky was covered by these lights, which spread for hundreds of miles. He didn't die. Willow Lance was surprised. He realized that Lin Xian hadn't been assassinated. His powerful aura was still there. This surprised him. One had to know that the power of his spear was extremely terrifying. A third heaven, venerable, realm martial artist, couldn't withstand it at all. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. This surprised him greatly. Lin Xian was also slightly moved. Although Lin Xian was arrogant and despicable, he had to admit that he was indeed powerful. The power of this spear was too terrifying. It was as if a true dragon was continuously attacking. There was also a trace of terrifying destructive aura in it. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and Willow Lance's figures appeared in front of everyone again. What? He's fine. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to withstand this amazing spear attack. It could be said that Lin Xian's performance was beyond everyone's expectations. Willow Lance snorted coldly. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But let's see how many spears you can take. Willow Lance was emitting a terrifying aura. There was a blood-red glow in his eyes as he opened and closed them. The aura on his body was too powerful. He was like a god of war, sharp and unstoppable. With a long roar, he attacked again with a spear. Furious Dragon Spear technique. Willow Lance held the blood-red spear in his hand. His body emitted a blood-red glow. Streaks of shocking spear light flashed. It was as if a mountain was being split open. It was as if the sky was being torn apart. In the end, countless spear lights gathered together and shook the entire space. Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was a sharp sword light flashing in his eyes. Terrifying sword qi also surrounded his body. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, providing him with the most powerful combat strength. A shocking sword qi tore through the sky and quickly slashed down. It was like a bolt of lightning descending from the sky, causing everyone's ears to ring and unable to stand steadily. The sword light was like the 9 heavens' thunder tribulation. It was so terrifying that the entire White Bone Mountain was trembling. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were incomparably pale. No matter what, even if Lin Xian was defeated in the end, it was still enough to shock the world. That was because he was simply too powerful, especially that sword. Its attack power was astonishing, as if it could split the world apart. Terrifying energy surged, drowning the entire sky. After the violent explosion, 2 figures quickly retreated, standing on opposite sides. Everyone looked up at the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. Neither of them was injured, and their auras were becoming stronger and stronger. They could not help but be shocked. Willow Lance was a super strong fighter ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Everyone could understand why he was not injured. However, Lin Xian, a freshman, was actually unharmed. This made them extremely shocked. That brat must have used some kind of powerful defensive technique. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block such a powerful energy attack. Everyone was amazed. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful, and his attack power was terrifying. It would be difficult for others to snatch the golden demon core from him. At the moment, Willow Lance was the only one with hope. I was wondering what it was. It turns out that you've used some kind of defensive secret technique. However, so what if your defense is strong? My attack power is not something you can imagine. Willow Lance's voice was cold, and his eyes were burning with anger. Actually, he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. That was because he had tied with his opponent in both attacks. If his opponent was a super strong fighter ranked 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, then it would be fine. However, his opponent was not. He was just a freshman. He could not accept that. Therefore, he did not plan to hold back and was prepared to attack with all his might. Brat, I've had enough fun. When you're transported out of the demon-slaying world, I'll take the treasure from you. Now you can die safely. Then Willow Lance took a step forward and looked down at Lin Xian like a god of war. Above his head, an endless amount of blood-red qi surged and quickly condensed into the shadow of a blood-red spear. In the next moment, a shocking power was emitted. It was as if it could split mountains and rivers and crush everything. Martial soul, this is the power of a martial soul. Willow Lance had summoned his martial soul. It seemed that he planned to finish off his opponent in one move. Indeed, the blood-red spear shadow was Willow Lance's martial soul. Although they had tied, Willow Lance had decided not to waste any more of his energy with his opponent. After all, the longer he dragged it out, the more embarrassed he would be. He had to use his strongest attack to kill his opponent. Only then would it be in line with his reputation. As the blood-red spear martial soul condensed, streaks of blood-red spear radiance shot into the sky, connecting heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire sky was blood-red. It was boundless. In the next moment, his martial soul merged with the spear in his hand. It emitted a dazzling light like a blood-red sun. It was extremely dazzling. Willow Lance's black hair fluttered in the wind. Every move he made had a kind of spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers and crush everything. He was like a god who wanted to crush Lin Xian in a very powerful manner. The surrounding warriors trembled and could not help but want to kneel down. In their eyes, Willow Lance was like a god of war. He was unstoppable. His aura made them tremble from the depths of their hearts. You want to finish me in one move? Well, as you wish. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The great dragon sword soul in his body erupted again. An extremely fierce aura filled his body. In front of him, an ice lotus rotated, releasing a terrifying ice power. It was vast and mighty, as if it was going to freeze the entire Whitebone Mountain. Then, under Lin Xian's control, the ice lotus covered the Lone Star sword. The entire Lone Star sword emitted a cold aura, as if it was a sword of ice. Lin Xian moved quickly in the void and rushed toward Willow Lance. Waves of bone-chilling ice energy quickly bloomed. An extremely powerful great dragon sword soul was also contained within. Bang! The two collided and an earth-shattering battle broke out. Countless rays of light scattered in all directions. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was like a peerless sword immortal. He was so fierce that Willow Lance was forced to retreat. Die, brat! Lu Chong was completely enraged. He had already summoned his martial soul and used his strongest attack. He originally thought that he could kill his opponent with one move, but he did not expect that he would be beaten back by his opponent. This made him feel like he was going crazy and wanted to die. He could not stand it anymore. He decisively used a killing move of the Angry Dragon Spear art, wanting to kill his opponent. Angry Dragon Spear art. Dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. The blood-red light converged to form a huge, real dragon that circled Willow Lance. Chapter 975. In the next moment, as the blood-colored spear in his hand pierced out, the huge dragon shadow also roared and rushed forward. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He was like a sword god, slashing out a sword aura that pierced through heaven and earth as it rushed forward quickly. Wherever the sword qi passed, the void would be sliced apart. A terrifying sword scar would appear on the ground, extending into the distance. In the void, the blood-colored dragon was also cut in half by the sword. The huge corpse split open in the air, causing countless airwaves. However, it was not over yet. The shocking sword aura instantly arrived in front of Willow Lance and enveloped him. Block it! Willow Lance roared as the blood-colored light around his body condensed, forming a huge defensive light shield that covered his body to resist the sword aura. Bang! It was as if 2 huge mountains had collided, and a terrifying sound rang out. Then, Willow Lance flew backward like a meteorite. He smashed more than 10 mountains in a row before he stopped and landed in a pile of rubble. What? Willow Lance lost? Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the scene, unable to believe it. Jiang Yan and the others' pupils contracted as their minds went blank. That was Willow Lance, a super powerhouse ranked 4th. However, he was defeated and he was defeated by Lin Xian. Willow Lance was sent flying by a sword, which shocked everyone. Even Du Guotian and Li Yunfei on the mountain peak were surprised. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, but they did not expect him to be so strong that he could defeat Willow Lance. In other words, his strength was above Willow Lance's. No wonder he could kill a gold-colored beast. Du Guotian's lips curled up slightly. The stronger the opponent was, the higher their chances of defeating the gatekeeper. Li Yunfei's face was a little ugly. He did not want Lin Xian to win. After all, he had warned Lin Xian before, and they were somewhat hostile. At that time, he didn't take Lin Xian seriously. He thought that the gap between them was like heaven and earth, and that Lin Xian would never be able to catch up to him. However, he didn't expect his opponent to improve so quickly that he could already defeat Willow Lance. Judging from the strength that he had displayed, Lin Xian could already enter the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, although he didn't believe it, the truth was right in front of him. In the ruins below, Willow Lance struggled to stand up. The armor on his chest had long been shattered, and countless cracks had spread throughout it. His eyes were filled with terror. Impossible, I won't lose. How could I lose to him? Willow Lance shook his head frantically. He could not accept this reality. He was a super strong fighter ranked 4th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. How could he lose to a new student? Furthermore, he had prepared too much for this demon-slaying conference. Originally, he had thought that his current strength was enough to squeeze into the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He had not expected to be defeated here. I don't believe it. I won't lose. Willow Lance roared at the sky with a crazed expression. However, his voice soon stopped abruptly. It was as if someone had strangled him. It was very strange. This was because Lin Xian had suddenly appeared in front of him. The cold edge of his sword was pressed against his throat. If he dared to scream again, he believed that the long sword would definitely pierce through his body. Feeling the cold aura from the sword, Willow Lance trembled. Fear rose in his heart. What are you trying to do? He suppressed the fear in his heart. He couldn't help but be afraid now. The sword just now had already seriously injured him. Now his opponent was pressing a long sword against his vitals. If he didn't handle this well, he might be killed and teleported out of the demon-slaying world. If that happened, he would be in big trouble. He had prepared a lot for the demon-slaying conference. If he was teleported out now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Brett, I'm warning you. I'm Prince Ling Feng's man. You can't kill me. I can't kill you? Lin Xian sneered. Who do you think you are? I even destroyed the Wanxiang auction. You're nothing. Also, you can't blame anyone for your situation today. If you didn't cause trouble for me and threaten the people around me, I wouldn't even know who you are. I wouldn't even have fought with you. However, you dug your own grave and attacked the people around me. You can't blame me for what happens next. With that, Lin Xian's body emitted a murderous aura. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down quickly. No, Willow Lance was finally afraid. A deep sense of fear and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Xian to ignore his identity and attack him directly. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really attack. Many people even cried out in shock. Clang! However, in the next moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out and shook the surroundings. Lin Xian frowned and quickly retreated. A huge force had hit the Lone Star sword and caused it to deviate from its target. Hearing the explosion next to him, Willow Lance suddenly opened his eyes. He was ecstatic when he realized that he wasn't dead. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed. They didn't expect the situation to change at the last moment. On the other hand, Lin Xian's brows were tightly furrowed as he quickly scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, he narrowed his eyes. He saw 2 figures appear. Their bodies were emitting rays of light. They quickly descended from the mountain and appeared on the battlefield in a flash. Seeing the 2 people, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. The surrounding crowd also exclaimed, "Do go out yen!" Li Yunfei. They didn't expect the two of them to appear at the last moment. One should know that the two of them were the top disciples of Senmu College. They were much more famous than Willowlance. In the hearts of the crowd, De Guotian and Li Yunfei were the real giants. "You've already won. Why do you have to kill him?" Li Yunfei said coldly. "All right, let Willowlance apologize, and this matter will be over. After all, he's quite strong. He might be useful in the final battle of the Demon Blood Pool," De Guotian said. "Demon Blood Pool battle?" Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Li Yunfei said in a deep voice, "You all know that the White Bone Mountain is where the final gatekeepers are. There are 3 gatekeepers on the 3 highest peaks. Only by defeating all 3 of them can we pass through the White Bone Mountain and enter the Demon Blood Pool at the back to reap the benefits. The fewer people we use to challenge the gatekeepers, the more benefits we will reap in the Demon Blood Pool. Logically speaking, one person challenging all the gatekeepers is the best situation. However, I'm sorry to tell everyone that this is impossible. The gatekeepers this time are extremely strong. Dugu and I can't challenge them even if we work together. Therefore, the ideal choice now is to challenge 1 gatekeeper each. Originally, this matter should be taken up by the top 3 on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. However, the 3rd-ranked Red Buddha didn't participate in the Demon Slaying Conference this time. Therefore, the 3rd challenger will be chosen from among you. Chapter 976. Originally, we had decided on Willowlance, but it looks like we'll have to change the challenger. Lin Xian, are you willing to be the 3rd challenger? Of course, if you're not willing, we won't force you. Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned slightly and his eyes flickered. He had a conflict with Li Yunfei before, but now was not the time to settle it. Joining forces to fight against the 3 gatekeepers was the most important thing. However, he did not expect the final gatekeeper to be so powerful that even De Guotian and Li Yunfei could not pass through him. Moreover, what surprised him even more was that the 3rd challenger's slot seemed to have fallen into his hands. Seeing that Lin Xian seemed to be hesitating, De Guotian said, "Junior brother Lin, becoming a challenger is an honor and a form of affirmation. If you can accept and succeed in the challenge, you'll be a great contributor to the entire academy." Contributor? Hearing that, Lin Xian shook his head slightly, then said, "Are there any substantial benefits?" He did not care about such an illusory title. He wanted to know that since there were challengers, there would definitely be additional rewards. De Guotian said in a low voice, "If the challenger succeeds in the challenge, he'll receive a golden demon core. Moreover, it's a real golden demon core, not the one that just evolved into a golden demon beast. A golden demon core." Hearing that, everyone exclaimed, and their eyes lit up again. They did not expect the challenger to receive such a great benefit. Moreover, hearing De Guotian's words, it seemed that the golden demon core reward was even better than the one in Lin Xian's hands. Hearing that, everyone gulped. They did not expect the challenger's reward to be so good, directly giving out a golden demon core. Suddenly, countless human kings looked at Lin Xian with envy. Lin Xian already had a golden demon core. If he could get another one, he would be unbelievably powerful. However, being envious was one thing. They did not dare to think too much about it. After all, even the powerful Willowlance was defeated. In their opinion, Lin Xian definitely had the strength to be in the top 3 of the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. Otherwise, De Guotian and Li Yunfei would not have invited him to be the 3rd challenger. Ordinary warriors only dared to be envious, but Jiang Yan and the others were burning with jealousy. That was a gold demon core. It was something that countless people dreamed of, especially Qi Hao. Even his breathing had become extremely rapid. His eyes were completely red, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He clenched his fists 3 times, but in the end he put them down. There was nothing he could do. Although he was jealous, he was no match for Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a sharp voice rang out. What? He will be the third challenger. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads and looked over. Then, a strange look appeared on their faces. This was because they realized that the person who spoke was none other than the heavily injured Willow Lance. What's Willow Lance doing? Didn't he already lose? That's right. Although he's strong, he's no match for Lin Xian. He has no chance of getting the third challenger. He's probably unwilling. After all, it's a gold demon core. It's extremely precious. Willow Lance was indeed jealous. In fact, he was extremely jealous. He gritted his teeth and said, I was careless just now. I still have a few ultimate moves that I haven't used. If I use them, I'll definitely win. Hearing this, Li Yunfei was expressionless. However, Dugu Outyin frowned. When Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. You want to fight for the third challenger? There was a hint of mockery in his voice. Of course. I was careless just now. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't have won. Willow Lance gritted his teeth and said shamelessly, I advise you to give up. Lin Xian shrugged. That's not for you to decide. Willow Lance snorted coldly and looked at Li Yunfei with his hand on his chest. Lin Xian ignored his little actions and continued to say coldly, because you'll soon leave the demon-slaying world. At the end of his sentence, a blood-red light suddenly surged out of his body. It carried a thick, bloody aura that swept through the entire world. This blood-red aura was extremely powerful. It was much more powerful than Willow Lance's. In the next moment, a blood-red longsword appeared in Lin Xian's left hand. It was suffused with a blood-red light, as if it was a bloodthirsty demon. The blood-red longsword stabbed out and instantly pierced Willow Lance's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and scarlet red. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly make a move. Moreover, it was a heavy blow. Even Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to attack in front of them. However, Dugu Outyin was fine. He was originally a little dissatisfied with Willow Lance's request. After all, Lin Xian had already won and already had the third challenge quota. However, Willow Lance still wanted to challenge again. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Yunfei's face darkened. Originally, he wanted to give Willow Lance a chance. If the other party really had a trump card that he hadn't used, he might be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, before he could speak, Lin Xian beat him to it and directly injured Willow Lance. It was so fast that even he couldn't react. You. Willow Lance's body trembled. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. The spiritual power in his body was quickly drained. Finally, his body turned into a white light and disappeared from the demon-slaying world. No matter how hard he tried, he still left the demon-slaying world in the end. At the last moment, he probably didn't expect that he would leave in this way. For a moment, the scene was silent. Everyone was in a daze. The people of the Spear God Society were all stunned. They looked at Lin Xian with horror. Wei Long's body trembled, and he almost wet himself. Lin Xian shrugged. You don't really think that this guy has any trump cards, do you? Even if he does, he's no match for me. Even so, you shouldn't have sent him out of the demon-slaying world, right? Li Yunfei's voice carried a trace of blame. Lin Xian also stopped smiling and said coldly, I think you've forgotten that he's my enemy. I've never been soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. Hearing this, everyone was silent and their hearts trembled. Indeed, Willow Lance had desperately tried to capture Lin Xian's companions and even tried to kill Lin Xian many times. It could be said that there was an irreconcilable hatred between the two. Now that Lin Xian had sent him out of the demon-slaying world, no one would say anything. In the distance, Morong Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Great, junior brother Lin won. Su Yu and the others cheered. The black-white double ghosts were also excited. This guy is too strong. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to win. Moreover, It was a crushing victory. This was simply too unbelievable. After all, his opponent was not a weakling. He was a super powerhouse who ranked fourth. However, such a powerhouse was defeated by Lin Xian in the end and was even driven out of the demon-slaying world. But soon, the black-white double ghost stopped smiling and looked into the distance with a dignified expression. Chapter 977. In the distance, a huge white mountain peak was faintly discernible in the clouds. He knew that there were 3 powerful enemies in the mountain, who were the gatekeepers in their eyes. They had to defeat the 3 gatekeepers in order to pass through the White Bone Mountain and enter the demonic blood pool. Even though Lin Xian was now the 3rd challenger, it would not be easy for him to defeat the gatekeeper. Even De Guoyen and Li Yunfei did not have full confidence in defeating the gatekeepers. One could imagine how powerful the gatekeepers were. Murong Qingqin's eyes flickered as well, carrying a trace of worry. However, she did not suggest joining forces because she believed in Lin Xian. She believed that he could do it. In front, De Guoyen looked at Lin Xian. Although his gaze was calm, it contained a mysterious power as if he wanted to see through Lin Xian. Li Yunfei also looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression. Lin Xian did not feel pressured by the gazes of these 2 influential figures. He asked, "Seniors, can you tell me more about the gatekeepers?" Only by knowing the enemy and oneself could one win 100 battles. Therefore, before the battle, he would think about what kind of existence his opponents were. These 3 gatekeepers are very special. They are not completely demonic beasts. To be exact, they are members of the demonic clan. Demonic clan. Lin Xian was shocked and his pupils shrank. He did not expect the gatekeepers to be members of the demonic clan. The demonic clan was more powerful and noble than the demonic beasts. Not only did they have the strong physique of the demonic beasts, but they also had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. It could be said that they were very powerful. Lin Xian did not expect the gatekeepers to be members of the demonic clan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian suppressed the shock in his heart and asked again, "What realm are they in?" "They are not weaker than the gold demonic beasts." Li Yunfei said, "Of course, the gold demonic beasts here are mature ones, not the ones you killed that had just advanced." Although they were all gold demonic beasts, the ones that had just advanced were still weaker. Lin Xian understood this point. Very strong indeed. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He wondered if the 10,000 beast ding would have any effect on the Yao clan. Although he was curious, he did not intend to use it again. At least, he could not be as brazen as last time. This was because the final battle would be shown to Senmu College outside. When the time came, even the dean and elders would be watching the battle. If he exposed some of his secrets, he was afraid that it would attract unnecessary trouble. Therefore, this battle was very difficult. Previously, Li Yunfei and I fought against the Guardian once. Our best result was a draw. However, according to the rules of the monster-slaying world, as long as we don't lose, we'll pass, De Guoyen said. If he didn't lose, he would pass. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. In other words, as long as they tied, they would win. However, in the next moment, he frowned again. De Guoyen and Li Yunfei had tied in a one-on-one battle, which meant that whether they could pass the stage or not depended on him. If he could win or tie, then they could enter. However, if he failed here, then they would completely lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. According to the rules of the monster-slaying world, they had to defeat 3 guardians to pass. This is really stressful. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. He smiled bitterly. In such a short time, all the immortal martial arts disciples in the monster-slaying world had placed their hopes on him. Before this, he had never thought that this would happen. Before this, they had desperately killed the demonic beasts and collected their demonic cores in order to obtain the opportunity in the demon blood pool. If they could not successfully defeat the guardians, then all their previous efforts would have been in vain. If that was really the case, it would be an extremely heavy blow. No one would be able to accept such an outcome. The key to success or failure this time all depended on Lin Xian. Now, I'm afraid you don't have the chance to regret, Li Yunfei also said in a low voice. Although the pressure is great, I will not give up. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes shone brightly. Wasn't it just the demonic beasts? Wasn't it just the guardians? At most, he would fight with his life on the line. There was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, he had many trump cards in his hand. If he used his full strength, it would be hard to say who would win. Actually, you don't have to feel any pressure. Just do your best. Dugu Outyin comforted from the side. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost fell silent. Pairs of expectant eyes looked at the three people in the field. They knew that whether they could obtain the fortune in the demon blood pool in the end all depended on the three people in front of them. Su Yu and the others were shocked. They had been in contact with Lin Xian for the longest time. They had met him as soon as they entered the monster-slaying world. However, they did not expect that the handsome young man would become the final challenger. This kind of rapid growth and the contrast between their identities shocked Su Yu and the others. Murong Qingqing, on the other hand, had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Lin Xian gently. Although she knew that the guardian must be very strong, she believed that Lin Xian would definitely win. Well, get ready. Adjust your body to the peak. We will soon have the final challenge, Dugu Outyin said to Lin Xian. Then he glanced around and said loudly, Everyone, we will have the final challenge in 3 days. Please inform each other that all the disciples of the monster-slaying world should come to the White Bone Mountain within 3 days. Although I don't know the final result, please believe that we will do our best. Dugu Outyin's sonorous voice spread clearly in all directions. Hearing this, everyone became excited. They knew that the final battle was about to begin. The news quickly spread throughout the monster-slaying world. Everyone was excited. They no longer cared about collecting demonic cores. They all rushed to the White Bone Mountain. They had to get to the White Bone Mountain in the last minute to witness the final battle. At night, a cool breeze blew and a faint, demonic aura floated in the sky. On top of the gigantic White Bone Mountain, a young figure sat cross-legged. His palms were constantly changing seals. Along with the seals, the spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered and flowed into his body. Then, the surface of his body began to emit a faint light that contained a vast amount of power. This process lasted for a long time. Then, the handsome young man slowly opened his eyes. Then, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Finally, I've fully recovered, Lin Xian said. After half a day of recovery, he finally adjusted his body to the peak state again. Are you nervous? Murong Qingqing, who was as beautiful as a fairy, asked next to him. A little. Lin Xian rubbed his face. In the past, it was no big deal if you lost the battle. But now, you are not fighting for yourself. This time, you are fighting for everyone. Chapter 978. Actually, you don't have to think too much. The three of you are already the most powerful people here. If even the three of you can't win, then the others won't stand a chance. Besides, even if you lose, I don't think anyone will blame you, Murong Qingqing said softly. I hope so. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. He covered his head with his hands and lay on the ground. On the ground, Lin Xian didn't feel any discomfort lying on top of the bones and hair that were as white as jade and gave off a faint chill. He rested his head on his arms and looked at the light purple sky. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, Murong Qingqing also followed Lin Shui's example and lay down on the White Bone Mountain. Murong Qingqing's face was slightly red, and her heart was beating rapidly. To be honest, it was her first time being so close to the opposite sex. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Lin Xian, who was close by, and a faint smile appeared on her face. She did not know why, but she seemed to enjoy the current feeling. Suddenly, a thought appeared in her mind. How good would it be if the two of them could lie like this forever? As if sensing Murong Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian also turned his head to look at her. Then their eyes met. Murong Qingqing's face was burning, but this time she did not look away. The two of them looked at each other quietly, as if they had forgotten everything. A gentle breeze blew, fluttering their clothes and also their hearts. When the sky gradually turned white, the entire White Bone Mountain became lively. Almost everyone came to the White Bone Mountain, waiting to watch the final battle. When Lin Xian, De Guotian, and Li Yunfei appeared in the sky, everyone stood up. They looked at the sky with excitement and anticipation. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked at the crowd below. He was also excited. De Guotian carried an ancient sword on his back and said loudly, "Let's go. Everyone, follow me to where the gatekeepers are." Then he turned around and walked into the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed. The countless martial artists below were also running excitedly. For a moment, the entire White Bone Mountain was shaking as if there was an earthquake. And just when everyone was heading towards the Guardian, the students of the Immortal Martial Academy were all extremely agitated. Countless disciples gathered at the true martial lake and looked up at the sky with excitement. The image of the White Bone Mountain was displayed there. When they saw the incomparably huge White Bone Mountain tremble slightly, everyone's eyes became fiery because they knew that the final challenge was about to begin. They had waited so long for this final moment. Needless to say, the last 3 challenges would definitely be to kill the 3 strongest people in the demon realm. Their battle was definitely a top-notch battle. It was rare for them to see a battle of this level. Now that they had the opportunity to observe it, how could they not be moved? Moreover, these people also wanted to see what the legendary guardian looked like. In the sky, a few elders also revealed curious expressions. Headmaster Xian waved her hands and shot out a series of laws into the sky. Suddenly, the image became even clearer. Everyone below held their breaths and stared at the sky. Then they saw 3 figures gradually appear on the huge White Bone Mountain. The 3 figures were shrouded in light and floated in the sky. They were extremely mysterious. Are those the gatekeepers? So mysterious. Yes, although it's just a portrait, I can still feel a palpitating aura. I wonder who these 3 gatekeepers are. They don't look like beasts. Everyone was talking about it, and they were very curious. The 3 gatekeepers floated in the sky, their bodies emitting a faint light. They did not move at all, and just sat there quietly as if they had been doing so since ancient times. Suddenly, the clouds in the image rolled as if a huge wave of air was surging, blowing away all the clouds and making the image clearer. Everyone's eyes widened. They knew that this change was not caused by the headmaster, but by something inside the White Bone Mountain. Rays of light lit up from the foot of the mountain, accompanied by countless rapid sounds of breaking through the air. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing over. "They're here! They're here!" someone exclaimed, and the voice immediately spread throughout the entire true martial lake. The next moment, everyone raised their heads and trembled with excitement. They clenched their fists and looked expectant. Who do you think the 3 challengers will be? The first 2 must be De Guotian and Li Yunfei. As for the third one, I'm not sure. Needless to say, it must be the most powerful one. Yes, it should be the 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, Red Buddha. However, he didn't seem to be participating in the demon-slaying gathering. That's why the 3rd challenger is so confusing. If the 3rd one didn't participate, it must be the 4th one, Willow Lance. He's also a super powerhouse. I don't think he's much stronger than Li Yunfei and the others. It's possible, but not certain. After all, there are always a lot of dark horses in every demon-slaying gathering. This time, there will definitely be one. Maybe someone will soar into the sky. Yes, I know. Those are all from the Hidden Dragon Society. They usually hide in order to make a name for themselves in the demon-slaying gathering. Maybe this time, someone will surpass everyone else and take the third challenger spot. Stop discussing. I'm so excited that I'm about to pee. Why aren't they here yet? Let me see who the third challenger is. At this moment, everyone's attention is on the third challenger because he's the most uncertain and mysterious. In the sky, a few elders were also looking at the screen with a smile. Their faces were full of interest. Hee hee, I can't believe I'm also looking forward to the third challenger. Yes, although the dark horses and newcomers this time are very strong, I'm afraid they're not at the level of the challengers. As for Willowlance, although his strength and reputation are not bad, he's still a little lacking. I'm guessing that this time they might team up. Oh, you're saying that the third challenger will team up? It's possible. After all, there's only one chance to challenge. If they lose, they'll lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. I'm afraid those little guys won't take such a risk. The safest way is for the 4th and 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard to team up. Although the benefits will be less, it's still better than failure. The 4th and 5th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard would be Willowlance and Chi-Hao teaming up. Perhaps there's another team. At this moment, Dean Xian also spoke up. Don't forget Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. They've also killed gold-ranked beasts. Yes, it's possible. Although these two are newcomers, they're very strong. Moreover, Lin Xian has the Lonely Heart Sword, a half-earth ranked treasure. His strength should be even higher. Murong Qingqing must also have the secret technique of the House of Kings. If the two of them team up, I'm afraid they won't lose to Willowlance and Chi-Hao. I wonder which team will team up this time. Chapter 979. I wonder which group they'll be joining forces with this time. The elders quickly discussed among themselves. Don't worry, they'll definitely choose the strongest group. The 4 of them must have gone through a battle, and the winner will be the third challenger, Dean Xian said. Hearing that, all the elders nodded. Hey, they're here, an elder said. At that moment, the disciples below also noticed the changes on the screen and immediately became nervous. All of them held their breaths and looked over nervously. The first to appear was a young man with a black long sword on his back. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he had a majestic figure. He walked like a dragon or a tiger, as if he was a god of war. Every move he made gave off a boundless sense of oppression. Dugo Outyen! Seeing this figure, everyone cried out in surprise. The first to appear was indeed Dugo Outyen. As the first on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, he was definitely the strongest. After Dugo Outyen, it was a handsome young man. He was like a banished immortal, walking in the air with his hands behind his back. Li Yunfei. Seeing these handsome young men, the crowd cheered again. As the second on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, Li Yunfei's strength was only second to Dugo Outyen. These two people's strength was extraordinary, and they were above everyone else. They could be said to be the 2 strongest people. Therefore, the crowd was not surprised that these 2 people had become challengers. They were most concerned about the mysterious third person. After the 2 of them, another figure appeared before everyone's eyes. However, when everyone saw that figure, they were all stunned. Even the elders in the air were stunned. Everyone looked at the third figure, and they were all stunned. Lin Xian! Everyone cried out in surprise, their faces full of shock. All the martial artists in the true martial lake were stunned. They originally thought that the third person to appear would be Willowlance, who was 4th on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. They did not expect it to be Lin Xian. This was too unexpected. Although Lin Xian was strong, no one thought that he had the strength to be a challenger. Moreover, although the news of the gold-ranked beast being killed had spread, the names displayed were Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Therefore, they didn't know how strong Lin Xian really was. However, now that Lin Xian was able to obtain the third challenger slot, it meant that his combat strength was still above everyone's expectations. F***CK, am I dreaming? Third place is actually Lin Xian. It wasn't Willow Lance, it wasn't anyone else. And it definitely wasn't someone from the Hidden Dragon League. It was actually Lin Xian. This fellow is probably the biggest dark horse in this demon-slaying assembly. Brother Xian, it's actually Brother Xian. Ahaha, this is awesome. Did older Brother Xian set another record? I'm afraid this is the first freshman to become a challenger, right? The disciples of Dragon's Sword Pavilion laughed crazily, their faces filled with excitement. Lin Xian was their boss. If Lin Xian's reputation rose, they would also benefit from it. Therefore, when they saw that the third challenger was their boss, they all shouted in excitement. In the sky, Dean Xian and the group of elders were also stunned. They had already guessed that Lin Xian would appear, but they didn't expect him to appear alone. This was because, in their estimation, other than Duguao Tian and Li Yunfei, no one else could reach the level of a challenger alone. Therefore, in their opinion, the third challenger slot would appear in the form of a team. It would either be Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing or Willow Lance and Qi Hao. However, at this moment, Lin Xian appeared alone, which indeed surprised them. A few elders even waited for a long time, but Morong Qingqing's figure was nowhere to be seen. Only then did they believe that Lin Shui wanted to challenge alone. Isn't it too hasty to let a freshman fight? An elder frowned. This result really exceeded everyone's expectations. Not necessarily. Since they chose Lin Xian, they naturally have their reasons. Don't worry, these little guys won't joke about this. After all, there's only one chance to challenge, and it's related to everyone's interests, so no one will be careless. Lin Xian can obtain the third challenger slot, which means that he has the ability to convince everyone, Dean Xian said slowly. After hearing this, the other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Lin Xian didn't have the corresponding ability, he wouldn't be able to obtain the third challenger slot. Thinking of this, they all looked forward to seeing how Lin Xian would perform in the challenge. Below, after the initial excitement of the Academy's disciples, they all quieted down. Everyone looked up to the sky. They wanted to see what kind of ability Lin Xian had to be able to obtain the third challenger slot. In the monster-slaying realm, Lin Xian was in the void, looking at the three faint figures in front of him with an extremely serious expression. Needless to say, these three people were the legendary gatekeepers. Although they didn't deliberately release their auras, he could still feel a powerful energy hibernating in their bodies. It wasn't any weaker than Duguao Yin and the others at all. At the same time, he could also sense the existence of demonic qi from the energy, which made them even more ferocious. Before leaving, Lin Xian learned the basic information of the three gatekeepers from Duguao Yin. These three were all from the demonic clan and had extraordinary origins. One of them was a genius from the spiritual feather clan. He was very powerful and should be the strongest of the three gatekeepers. This person was naturally left to Duguao Yin to deal with. There was also an elite from the Giant Rock clan. He was born with incomparably powerful defense and was extremely terrifying. This person was left to Li Yunfei. Left to Lin Xian was the last one, an elite from the Golden Crow clan. These three gatekeepers were very powerful, and there wasn't much difference between them. However, the one from the Spiritual Feather clan was the strongest, and the other two were equally powerful. As if sensing the arrival of Lin Xian and the others, the three gatekeepers in front of them slowly opened their eyes. "You're finally here." A cold voice sounded without a trace of emotion. "Yes, this time we're here for a real challenge," Duguao Yin said in a deep voice. He had come here with Li Yunfei a few times before and had fought with these people before, so he was not unfamiliar with them. Hearing Duguao Yin's words, the light on the three gatekeepers gradually disappeared, revealing their true bodies. "Is this the third challenger? He doesn't look very powerful." A cold voice sounded as a gaze swept toward Lin Xian. While the three gatekeepers were looking at Lin Xian was also quickly sizing them up. The person in the middle was a handsome young man. He was slender and had a pair of white wings on his back, making him look like an angel. He was the strongest of the three gatekeepers, the elite from the spiritual Feather Clan. On his left was a tall figure. His muscles were like rocks, emitting a brown light. He was incomparably tall, like a rock giant. The last one was an elite from the Golden Crow clan. His entire body was emitting a golden light, like golden feathers. He was surrounded by a blazing aura. Seeing the last elite from the Golden Crow clan, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could clearly remember that he had seen a great demon from the Golden Crow clan on the 8th level of the Flaming Mountain. That was true terror. Every movement of his carried a terrifying aura. Golden Crow clan, Lin Xian muttered to himself and then took a deep breath. Chapter 980. Don't worry, he's not much weaker than us. You'll know when the time comes. Dugu Outyen said indifferently when he heard the Spiritual Feather Elite's question. Oh, is that so? The Spiritual Feather Elite was surprised when he heard Dugu Outyen's words. He looked at Lin Xian in surprise again. Although he was not human, and the two of them were opponents, he knew Dugu Outyen's strength. Dugu Outyen was a super elite who was not weaker than him. Someone who could be praised by him must be extraordinary. Since that's the case, let's begin. The Spiritual Feather Elite said coldly, the last time we fought, we were evenly matched. This time, I'll use my true strength to fight with you. He stared at Dugu Outyen. All right, let's continue the battle from last time and decide the winner this time. A domineering aura gradually emerged from Dugu Outyen's body, as if he was a king looking down on the world. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and came to a mountain peak to confront each other. Brother Rock, let's fight too, Li Yunfei said indifferently. I'll fight you. Before the expert from the Boulder tribe could speak, the young man from the Golden Crow tribe spoke quickly. His eyes shone with a shocking light. However, Li Yunfei shook his head slightly. No, your opponent is him. Then he pointed at Lin Xian. Humph, a brat who just entered the 3rd heaven of the supremacy realm. Too weak. Such a person is not worthy of being my opponent. The Golden Crow elite snorted with disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too weak and not worthy of being his opponent. However, Li Yunfei ignored him and said to the Boulder elite, Brother Boulder, please. All right. The Boulder elite nodded in agreement. Then he turned to the Golden Crow youth and said, Jinyu, stop fooling around. Your opponent is him. Fight well. If you lose, I won't forgive you. Okay. The Golden Crow youth snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. Li Yunfei looked at Lin Xian and said in a low voice, Be careful. Then he too rushed up and arrived at another mountain peak with the Boulder tribe. Only Lin Xian and the powerhouse of the Golden Crow clan, Jinyu, were left in the field. Staring at Lin Xian, Jinyu's face was filled with displeasure. Brat, although I don't know how you obtained the 3rd challenger spot, you're too weak. You don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. If you don't want to become a sinner, I advise you to get out of here and find someone stronger. Jinyu stood proudly, his entire body emitting scorching energy. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. The other party had been attacking him coldly from the start, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Lin Xian only had one word for such an arrogant attitude. Beat him up. He would beat the other party until they were convinced. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xian decisively shook his head. No need. Make your move. I think that other than me, no one else can take on the 3rd challenger spot. Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a domineering aura. At the same time, his body gradually emitted a fierce aura. He would go all out in this battle. At the same time, he would let the other party know why he had obtained the 3rd challenger spot. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Fine, I'll personally deal with you. Jin Yu sneered disdainfully. You look like the weakest. I estimate that after this battle, you'll lose the entire competition. Brat, you asked for this. You can't blame me. Jin Yu's body glowed, and a scorching energy quickly surged. The scorching energy quickly spread. Of the 3 battlefields, Lin Xian's side was the first to have an energy reaction. This greatly surprised everyone. On a lone mountain peak, the powerhouse of the Spirit Feather Clan and Duguoutian were facing off. Both of them were very cautious and didn't attack rashly. This was because their strength was similar. Once they fought, it would be difficult to determine who would win. Thus, they had to find an opportunity to strike first. At this moment, the conflict between Lin Xian and Jin Yu had attracted their attention. I'm still confused. Why did you give such an important position as the 3rd challenger to a brat? The powerhouse of the Spirit Feather Clan was puzzled. Although he's a bit young, his strength is far beyond your imagination. Don't doubt it. You'll find out soon enough, Duguoutian said. Then he pulled out the black long sword on his back. As the black long sword danced, a shocking sword aura shot out, tearing through the sky and slashing toward the powerhouse of the Spirit Feather Clan. The powerhouse of the Spirit Feather Clan also let out a low roar. The pair of white wings on his back bloomed with light and quickly grew larger, covering the sky. Then a shocking light shone, and a terrifying energy drowned the entire mountain peak. On the other side, Li Yunfei and the powerhouse of the Stoneman clan were also fighting. The clanging sounds were like thunder, resounding from time to time and shaking the surroundings. Seeing that Duguoutian and Li Yunfei were fighting, the disciples of Senma College were all watching nervously. When they saw that the 2 groups were locked in a fierce battle, they all cheered. Because, according to the rules of the demon-slaying world, they didn't need to win. As long as they tied, they would pass. Therefore, the current situation could be said to be very good. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. This was because the gatekeepers were too powerful. They could actually tie with Duguoutian. One could imagine how powerful they were. Moreover, the 3 gatekeepers all had young faces. It was obvious that they were also young, but a bit weirder than normal humans. The surrounding disciples were puzzled. What kind of force could nurture such young experts? Feeling the terrifying energy erupting from the 2 groups, Jin Yu grinned again. If it were an opponent like Duguoutian or Li Yunfei, I might be interested. But I'm not interested in you at all. I'm very curious. When you lose, how will those people behind you look at you? Maybe they'll beat you to death. Ha ha! Jin Yu raised his head and laughed loudly. I guarantee that you won't be able to laugh very soon. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Then his gaze focused. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, emitting a shocking sword intent. It quickly surged out of his body and tore the sky apart. The huge sword intent pierced through heaven and earth, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, shocking everyone. Sure enough, in the next moment, Jin Yu stopped laughing. He looked at Lin Xian again with a trace of surprise in his eyes. What a powerful sword intent! Although this aura is not as strong as Duguoutian's, it's not weak either. Jin Yu nodded slightly. At this moment, Lin Xian had already aroused his interest a little. At this moment, everyone held their breaths and quietly watched the battlefield where Lin Xian was. Not only in the demon-slaying world, but even in Senma College, the disciples near Jinwu Lake all looked up at the sky with nervous expressions. This aura is so powerful. This kid's sword intent is very strong. Chapter 981. The elders looked at the screen in the sky and nodded. Indeed, Lin Xian's sword essence had surpassed most swordsmen. It was extremely powerful. Din Xian was also slightly surprised because he could sense that Lin Xian's sword essence had not stopped. It was still rising. This was a very interesting phenomenon. It meant that the sword essence that Lin Xian was displaying was not his full strength. The elders also noticed this and nodded. Not bad, not bad. Although this little guy is a freshman, his sword essence still surpasses most people. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Although he's not as good as Dugu Outyin, with some training, he might become the second Dugu Outyin in a few years. A few elders stroked their beards and said they already had the intention of training Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in shock. They almost pulled their beards out. What? This sword essence? They were too shocked because on the White Bone Mountain, Lin Xian's sword essence exploded again. A deep dragon roar was heard and released a terrifying sword essence. The shocking sword light shone in all directions. At that moment, Lin Xian's sword essence increased again and reached an extremely terrifying level. At that moment, Lin Xian's black hair fluttered and sword qi surrounded him. It was as if the sword god had been reborn. This sword essence is so powerful. Everyone was stunned. Even the elders were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful sword essence. Judging from this aura, it doesn't seem to be any weaker than Dugu Outyin. This young man is indeed powerful. No wonder he was the third challenger. At that moment, the elders also understood that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Although he was a freshman, his strength was definitely at the level of the top 3 on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Jin Yu was also stunned. He looked at Lin Xian in shock. He did not expect him to have such a powerful sword essence. He had looked down on him before, but now it seemed that he was not weak. When the surrounding warriors felt this aura, they became even more excited. The stronger Lin Xian was, the happier they were. That way, they would have a higher chance of winning. Brat, I have to say that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Jin Yu said in a deep voice, you are now qualified for me to make a move. Qualified? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Don't jump to conclusions so early. I think it won't be long before your perception changes again. Humph, how arrogant. Today, I'll show you what I can do. Jin Yu snorted coldly. His eyes were sharp, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his body. The entire sky was shrouded in golden light. It was like a golden ocean, extremely dazzling. Boom! Like a muffled thunderclap, an incomparably terrifying undulation erupted from Jin Yu's body, shocking everyone. Feeling this aura, everyone revealed a look of horror. Some of the weaker martial artists even collapsed to the ground. This aura was too powerful and incomparable. It was mixed with a biting, cold, demonic aura, as if a peerless demon had awakened. In the next moment, the golden light in the sky bent and condensed into a golden sun that shone in all directions. An incomparably resplendent light blossomed with a blazing aura, like a real sun, pressing down on Lin Xian. What kind of technique is this? It's so terrifying. Who exactly is he? How can he be so powerful? At this moment, countless people screamed in horror. The golden light shone in all directions, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. In the shining golden sun in the sky, a figure was sitting cross-legged. He was like the sun god, standing in the void, blooming with dazzling light. As the resplendent sun set, the figure looked disdainfully in all directions. He directly stomped down on Lin Xian. What? He's actually stomping on Lin Xian with one foot? He's too arrogant. Who exactly is this gatekeeper? Everyone exclaimed because the sword intent that Lin Xian displayed was already very powerful. However, the other party was even more arrogant. He actually stomped on Lin Xian with one foot. This was a naked humiliation. For a moment, the entire White Bone Mountain was shaking and trembling nonstop. The sky was fluttering like a piece of cloth that would be torn apart at any time. That figure was too terrifying. It was as if he could crush everything. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his eyes were shining. The other party was too arrogant. He actually stomped on him directly. He did not take him seriously at all. He raised his palm and formed a sword seal. Immediately, the Lone Star sword behind him emitted a clanging sound and was quickly unsheathed. A light blue sword light lit up like a vast star incomparably deep. The great dragon sword spirit in Lin Xian's body erupted again as the Lone Star sword was unsheathed. It rushed into the clouds like a rainbow. In the end, the sword Qi gradually evolved into a true dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in all directions. Accompanying it was an incomparably terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. In the sky, the golden sun shone. The figure in the center was still disregarding everything and quickly stomping down. Facing Lin Xian's terrifying sword Qi, he was still not afraid. He still suppressed his opponent in an arrogant manner. How arrogant and conceited was this? However, no one would laugh at him because the other party had such strength. The golden sun was incomparably resplendent. It carried a terrifying power as it slowly rotated. The merciless golden light carried a scorching power that distorted and melted the entire void. In the next moment, the terrifying sword Qi collided with the golden light that filled the sky. The sharp sword intent and the golden sun erupted with a piercing aura, causing everyone to feel terrified. The sky was shrouded by the two forces, entering a state of chaos. Everyone closed their eyes and kept retreating. Because the aura was too terrifying and the light was too intense, no one dared to look at it. Some people did not think so and wanted to watch. In the end, their eyes bled and they were almost blinded. Rumble! A terrifying sound rang out, and countless rays of light landed on the white bone mountain. The earth trembled, and the sky was torn apart. The sword Qi was like a rainbow that pierced through the clouds. The golden sun was even more resplendent. It flickered with a dazzling light as if it was a real sun, releasing terrifying heat waves. The two forces collided intensely. It was as if two ancient demonic mountains had collided, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom! Another intense collision. The entire White Bone Mountain seemed to have been overturned, and countless people were sent flying. Then, the two figures staggered and confronted each other again. The countless rays of light in the sky gradually disappeared, and the thunderous sound also gradually faded. There was a huge crack above everyone's head that was thousands of miles long. At this moment, it was slowly healing, as if a peerless, ferocious beast had closed its mouth. Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand. He was unstoppable like a sword immortal. On the other side, the golden sun shone in all directions. Jin Yu's body flickered with golden light, and a pair of golden wings spread out behind him. He floated in the void like a peerless demon. Chapter 982. In this exchange, the two of them were evenly matched and were evenly matched. Everyone was stunned. The attack just now was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Countless people exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. His strength was definitely not inferior to Dugu Outyin and Li Yunfei. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the gatekeeper was also extremely brave and even displayed boundless demonic energy. Who is this gatekeeper? Why doesn't he look like a human? Yeah, the demonic energy on his body is too strong. Could it be that he's a demonic beast? Everyone discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with fear and doubt because the gatekeeper was too powerful. His entire body was emitting golden light like a golden god of war. Moreover, the demonic energy on his body was too terrifying. It was not weaker than a golden demonic beast at all. For a moment, everyone was guessing the gatekeeper's identity. I know, it's actually him. Finally, someone exclaimed with a face full of shock. Who? Tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Someone was anxious. You guessed right. He's indeed not a human, but a demon. However, he's not a demonic beast, but a demon. Demon? Everyone's faces were full of shock. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. That's right, he's a demon. Moreover, he's a powerhouse from the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe was known as the Sun tribe. They had a powerful fire attribute physique and were considered a large tribe among the demons. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the figure in front of them to be a golden crow. If he was from the Golden Crow tribe, did that mean that the other two gatekeepers were also demons? Everyone was shocked and gasped. They did not expect the three gatekeepers to have such a background. The demons were an extremely powerful tribe. Not only did they have the physique of a demonic beast, but they also had the intelligence of a human. They could be said to be extremely powerful. The Golden Crow tribe. What a powerful physique. What a powerful fire attribute. Lin Xian stared at the golden figure in front of him and muttered to himself. Jin Yu's expression was also solemn. He looked at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. Your strength is beyond my expectations. Looks like you're worthy of my serious attack. He spoke coldly. His entire body merged into the golden sun. His entire body emitted dazzling light, making him look like a golden god of war. On the surface of his body, golden flames burned fiercely. The terrifying heat was incomparably vast. If it were to explode, it would be enough to burn the entire Whitebone Mountain to ashes. You are very strong, but it is impossible for you to defeat me. Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Then let's wait and see. Humph. With a cold snort, the void exploded, and terrifying flames spread in all directions. In the next moment, Jin Yu waved his arm and quickly formed a seal. A dazzling ray of light, shining with boundless multicolored light, ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Xian. Divine Sun Seal. This was an ultimate technique of the Golden Crow clan. It was said to be able to evolve into a real sun. Its power was incomparably terrifying, and it could be refined by martial artists. Once this terrifying divine seal appeared, it immediately caused a commotion in all directions. All the disciples were incomparably terrified, and their bodies could not stop trembling. With the divine sun seal in his hand, Jin Yu charged towards Lin Xian as fast as a golden flash. Lin Xian's expression was cold and fearless. He let out a long roar, and his black hair fluttered. His entire being became incomparably fierce. The Lone Star sword in his hand released a sword light. It was as unfathomable as the sea of stars. In the next moment, he quickly swung his sword and slashed out a shocking sword light. Boom! The terrifying sword light streaked across the void and ruthlessly collided with the divine sun seal. Instantly, the sky was torn apart again, and the terrifying energy annihilated everything. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed, and it made everyone despair. With an angry roar, the golden light in the sky shone brightly, quickly forming a huge golden crow phantom that filled the sky. Accompanied by the golden crow phantom, Jin Yu quickly pounced over. An incomparable light bloomed in his hand as he charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also roared angrily, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. He was like a god fiend full of killing intent. On the Lone Star sword there was a dragon-shaped sword chi that was extremely powerful. The two of them kept exchanging blows. Every blow caused the ground to sink and the sky to split open. This was a catastrophe. Countless terrifying cracks appeared in the sky, as if a mirror had been shattered. It was a shocking sight. The ground was even sunk, and a bottomless pit appeared. Seeing that the entire Whitebone Mountain was about to sink at the critical moment, a low roar came from underground. Then an inexplicable force gushed out and enveloped the entire Whitebone Mountain. It was this mysterious force that protected the Whitebone Mountain and the safety of everyone. Otherwise, everything would have been turned into ashes by the attacks of the two of them. Essence of the sun, golden crow illuminating the sky. Jin Yu shouted coldly. His entire body shone with endless rays of light. Behind him, the wings formed by the golden light gradually solidified and turned into golden feathers. At the same time, metallic scales appeared on his body. In the sky, the huge golden crow phantom also solidified. It was as if a peerless, ferocious beast was rapidly awakening. The huge golden crow was like the sun, burning fiercely. When it spread its wings, it brought about an endless sea of fire that burned in all directions. In the next moment, Jin Yu carried the divine sun seal and attacked Lin Xian together with the golden crow phantom above. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his right hand and waved out countless terrifying sword chi. His left hand kept changing as he used the vermilion bird seal. The blood-red sword chi surged, bringing with it a monstrous, murderous aura. It was as if countless rivers of blood were flowing in the sky. In his left hand, a vermilion bird rushed out quickly. Its cry shook heaven and earth, bringing with it endless heat waves that surged into the sky. Two scenes exploded from Lin Xian's hands at the same time. It was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. All kinds of terrifying scenes collided together. Endless energy fell in all directions. The sky was even more tattered, like a mirror that kept shattering. Endless energy converged in the sky, constantly devouring and annihilating each other. They were in a stalemate. Lin Xian was shocked. As expected of the gatekeeper, he was extremely powerful. He had already activated the great dragon, Sword Soul, to the extreme. Although he stabbed the huge golden crow phantom, he did not slash Jin Yu's real body. This was the first person to be able to take his great dragon, Sword Chi, head-on. Jin Yu's body was surrounded by golden light. His face could not be seen clearly, but in fact he was extremely shocked. His opponent's sword chi was too sharp. It was as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It possessed a supreme offensive power. As a golden crow, he was extremely powerful and had the golden crow phantom to protect him. That was why he was not hit by the sword chi. Otherwise, if it was another person, they would have already died under the sword chi. Where did this young man come from? Although he is not famous, his strength is so terrifying. Jin Yu was also shocked. He admitted that he had underestimated Lin Xian. Now, the strength that the other party had displayed was definitely not weaker than Dugu Outyin and the others. However, he would not allow himself to lose this battle. Chapter 983. Thinking of this, Jin Yu's expression turned cold as the ferocious light in his eyes bloomed again. The divine sun seal in his hand dissipated and was replaced by a terrifying flame. Within the flame, a bright light gradually condensed. The blazing flame gradually solidified and appeared before everyone's eyes. It was a huge golden machete that was completely formed by the most powerful flames. It was dozens of feet long and was extremely terrifying. Could this be the Golden Crow tribe's ultimate skill, the solar golden flame blade? Someone cried out in alarm. His voice was filled with fear. This was definitely a very powerful killing move. It was cultivated from the Golden Crow tribe's origin crystal core and could be said to be extremely powerful. It was said to be able to kill a powerhouse one level higher than oneself. At this moment, the other party had used such a terrifying move. It was obvious that he wanted to finish off Lin Xian. Oh no! This solar golden flame blade is too terrifying. I'm afraid Lin Xian won't be able to withstand it. Damn it! How could he have mastered such a terrifying cultivation technique? I read in ancient books that although this cultivation technique is the Golden Crow tribe's ultimate skill, very few people can master it. I didn't expect this guardian to have mastered it. Could it be that Lin Xian is going to lose? Please don't. For a moment, everyone was anxious as they discussed animatedly. Everyone had a nervous expression on their faces. This was a crucial battle. They could not lose, or else they would lose the chance to enter the demon blood pool. In the sky, Jin Yu held the solar golden flame blade and became extremely fierce. He was like a god of death as the huge flaming blade was aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He could sense a strong sense of danger from the flaming golden saber. This blade, formed by golden flames, was too terrifying. The energy it contained was something he had never seen before in his life. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath, and his body emitted a dazzling sword light. He quickly channeled the great dragon sword soul and raised his combat strength to the limit. At the same time, a layer of bright red armor covered his body. On the armor, there was a scarlet lotus flower that was blooming with a demonic light and swaying constantly. Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand, and he quickly swung it, sending out streaks of sword light. In the next moment, a massive sword image appeared in the sky. The sword shadow was blue in color and emitted a terrifying chill. There was an ice lotus engraved on the sword as if it could freeze everything in the world. At the crucial moment, Lin Xian executed the earth, rank martial art, gale, lightning sword art. Furthermore, he even integrated the ice lotus martial spirit into it. That power was earth-shattering, as if it wanted to freeze the entire world. At this moment, Jin Yu also waved his arm and quickly descended. The solar golden flame, saber, shone brightly. Mysterious patterns appeared on its surface, and all sorts of strange phenomena appeared around him. Above the void, a golden crow appeared. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its golden aura shone brightly as it tore apart the heavens and the earth. Then it pounced towards Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying golden crow shadow streaked across the sky with a sea of fire. Everywhere it passed, everything was burned. The heat was terrifying and boundless, as if it wanted to burn everything. Everyone was shocked and did not dare to imagine. This saber was too terrifying. Even a fourth heaven venerable realm cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian was also shocked. He let out a low shout and quickly activated the gale, lightning sword art. In the sky, the massive blue ice sword was swung, bringing with it an endless sea of blue light as it slashed forward. This time, he had to use all his strength. Otherwise, if he failed, their challenge would be over. The three-legged golden crow flew around Jin Yu, bringing with it endless flames. Then, it swooped down with a shocking momentum. Lin Xian swung the heavenly sword, bringing with it a force that was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. It also brought with it a terrifying chill that pierced the bones. When the ice and fire collided, the two opposing forces exploded with a terrifying light that quickly covered the entire Whitebone Mountain. However, the solar golden flame saber lived up to its reputation. The sharp saber radiance turned into the feet of the golden crow. It was like a peerless blade that quickly slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A second heavenly sword shadow appeared in the sky. This was a blood-red sword with a dense killing aura. It was like the sword of a demon god. This sword slashed directly at the golden crow shadow. The terrifying blood light cut it open, creating a sonorous sound. In an instant, all kinds of flames and sword chi burst out, and the entire space was in chaos. It had to be said that the Golden Crow tribe was too powerful, especially the solar golden flame saber. It brought with it a terrifying heat wave, as if it was a real sun that could crush everything. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful in battle. That was why he could fight against the Golden Crow tribe. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have been turned into a pool of blood under the solar golden flame saber. The two of them fought and used their ultimate skills. All kinds of shadows rushed in all directions. This was a real battle. The two of them were evenly matched and killed in all directions. Lin Xian looked dignified, but he was excited in his heart. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. His opponent was evenly matched with him, so he did not have to worry about anything. He used his full strength and used all kinds of ultimate skills to prove himself. Lin Xian felt the blood in his body boiling. His fighting soul was awakening. He could not help but let out a long cry. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a demon god, brave and unstoppable. Gale lightning sword, 3 moves that could frighten ghosts and gods. Along with Lin Xian's words, the sky was torn apart again. A huge black sword fell from the sky. Different from the previous 2 huge swords, this sword shadow was extremely black. It brought with it a strange aura that was like the cry of a ghost, and it fell quickly. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks were shattered and the trees withered. Everything withered as if it had fallen into a dead silence. This sword brought with it a strong aura of death, and it slashed downward quickly. Boom! A violent sound was heard, and the entire White Bone Mountain shook. In the sky, the dazzling golden sun was slashed by the huge black sword, and it kept shaking. Endless rays of light shone. Jinyu, who was in the center of the golden sun, was shocked. Then an even more dazzling light burst out from his body and swept out in all directions. Jinyu was too shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. That terrifying pitch-black sword chi was actually able to extinguish his sun god fire and even threaten his safety. It seemed that it would not be easy to defeat his opponent. With a roar, Jinyu's arms moved quickly. The solar golden flame saber in his hand became even more dazzling. The golden light pulsed and shone brightly, emitting an even more terrifying energy. Lin Xian was even more ferocious. With the sword of Nirvana in his hand, he brought with him a boundless aura of death and nirvana. He killed his way through the terrifying flames of the sun and arrived before Jinyu. However, Lin Xian's heart suddenly thumped when he saw his opponent's calm and cold eyes. Oh no! His pupils shrank. He used the illusory demon steps and retreated instantly. In the next moment, the golden crow shadow on the solar golden flame saber suddenly expanded and then exploded. The terrifying energy was vast and mighty, and it instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Chapter 984. The explosion was too violent. It was as if a 4th-level venerable had self-destructed. The terrifying energy blasted a black hole in the sky. Everyone fell into a daze as they stared at the boundless, pitch-black hole. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. Even a 4th-level venerable would not be able to withstand such a powerful explosion, let alone Lin Xian. It would be good enough if he did not die. However, if Lin Xian was seriously injured and on the verge of death, they would lose this battle for sure. At that time, they would lose the qualification to enter the demon blood pool. At this moment, everyone looked at the sky nervously and prayed in their hearts. On the other side, Degu Outyan and Li Yunfei, who were fighting fiercely, also noticed the situation and immediately frowned. Are we going to lose? They were unwilling to accept this outcome. Of course, they did not have much resentment because the energy of the explosion made their hearts tremble. If it were any of them, it would be difficult for them to escape the fate of being blown away. Senmu College, the entire True Martial Lake, was also silent. Everyone looked at the light screen in the sky and was extremely nervous. A few elders also frowned slightly and their eyes flickered. Demon-slaying realm, White Bone Mountain. A huge black hole covered the entire sky. It was pitch black, as if it was going to devour everything. After a long time, no one saw Lin Xian's figure. Just as they were in despair, a scream suddenly tore through the sky and broke the dead silence. Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned because they realized that it was not Lin Xian who made the sound, but Jinyu. What's going on? Wasn't Lin Xian the one who was surrounded by the explosion? Why is Jinyu the one roaring angrily now? Everyone did not understand. However, they were extremely excited. Looking at the scene, it seemed that things had taken a turn for the better. As long as Lin Xian was not defeated, everything was fine. Soon, the violent energy in the sky quickly dissipated and 2 figures appeared. Not only that, but there was also a trace of blood mist in the air. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Xian's mouth, and his face was pale. He had been severely injured. On the other side, Jinyu was even worse off. His face was incomparably distorted, and there was a huge sword scar on his back that almost split him in half. The two of them stared at each other, emitting a terrifying, killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to tear each other apart. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to injure his opponent in such a critical situation. This was simply inconceivable. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed been struck by the terrifying energy. Fortunately, he was wearing the Red Lotus battle armor and was extremely fast. Therefore, the terrifying explosion only affected him and did not truly envelop him. Not only that, but he also used Bloody's clone from Bloody's inheritance to create an advantageous opportunity. He got his clone to stay in the storm while his real body went behind Gold Feather to deliver a fatal blow. However, the other party was also quite impressive. He actually noticed it at the last moment, so this sword strike only heavily injured the other party and did not cut him in half. "Brat, you dare to injure me? I'll kill you!" Jinyu roared ferociously, his voice shaking the surroundings. The other two groups, the Spirit Feather race and the Giant race, were all stunned. They didn't expect Jinyu to be heavily injured. Dugu Outyen laughed loudly. "How is it," I said, "that this brat will definitely exceed your imagination? Now you know." With a cold snort, the Spirit Feather race expert unleashed an even more terrifying attack. Below, Jinyu roared ferociously like an injured beast. It was extremely terrifying. Balls of golden light quickly enveloped him, and golden flames came to his back, quickly healing his injuries. On the other side, Lin Xian was also quickly circulating the longevity art to heal his injuries. Both of them were injured, and they were racing against time to recover quickly. This time, whoever could seize the initiative would have a great chance of winning. Everyone held their breaths and watched nervously. Although it seemed that Jinyu's injuries were more serious, his recovery speed was also extremely terrifying. Now, they could only pray that Lin Xian could recover first. Otherwise, the situation would be very dangerous. In the next moment, Lin Xian moved. His black hair fluttered as he let out a long roar. The longevity art in his body quickly circulated, displaying an extremely powerful vitality. A ball of jade green light flowed on his body, healing his injuries by more than half. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. This time he had to defeat his opponent. Rumble! Sword chi surged and circled around him. Countless pillars of sword chi surged out, connecting heaven and earth, filling the entire void. All the sword chi rumbled, transforming into true dragons that roared in all directions. Terrifying light illuminated the entire sky. Seeing the figure quickly approaching, Jinyu's pupils constricted and his heart beat wildly. His face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and roared. Golden Crow descent! Golden light flashed on his body and quickly surged out. A huge golden crow phantom appeared behind him. It seemed to be condensed from gold and was incomparably dazzling. The golden crow phantom flapped its wings, forming an endless sea of fire that protected Jinyu. This was his demon soul, similar to a human's martial soul. However, his demon soul was more powerful than his martial soul because it contained the bloodline power of the Golden Crow tribe. The terrifying golden sun from before was condensed from the flames emitted by the demon soul. At this moment, the Golden Crow demon soul was fully displayed. Its power was absolutely terrifying. After displaying the Golden Crow demon soul, Jinyu became fierce again. He made use of the Golden Crow demon soul to release endless light, forming a fiery field that resisted the endless sword chi of his opponent. The two majestic forces collided again, and then they were quickly annihilated. At the same time, he clenched his fist and formed the solar golden flame saber again. However, this time the saber was more solid. In the golden light, there was a ball of purple flame. Although it was very weak, The power that it exuded was extremely terrifying. This time, Jinyu had displayed the demon soul and the solar golden flame saber, the unique skill of the Golden Crow tribe. It could be said that he had reached the extreme. In the next moment, he roared ferociously and raised the flaming saber above his head with both hands. He then slashed down. Solar golden flame, slash. In the sky, the saber radiance flashed. The golden light was like eternal starlight, extremely dazzling. In the next moment, a dazzling golden saber radiance cut across the sky and slashed down quickly. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and was pushed to the extreme. He was just short of displaying it. Although he did not display it, the power was extremely terrifying. One should know that the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art between heaven and earth. Now that it was activated by Lin Xian, its attack power was extremely strong. Not only that, Lin Xian also displayed the Ice Lotus martial soul. The terrifying ice chi shrouded the surroundings. The two forces merged. Lin Xian was like a sword, extremely powerful. With a slash of his sword, thousands of sword chi surged forward and drowned Jinyu.